And welcome, raiders. Hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How is your evening going? Evening, I assume. Hopefully your time zone is doing well. Please call me Dick. Thank you for the raid. How was War Thunder? Get guns from Count's Arsenal. Yes, there is the 10 channel point once a day redeem. You can get assigned a random gun for the day. War Thunder was suffering. It seems to be what most people say after they play War Thunder. You guys aren't very good at selling War Thunder. Obligatory Heiser. The Heiser's not here. The Heiser's not on the table, chat. Are you gonna make me go get it? No self promo. Hi, welcome raiders. Hi, I'm the X Count. We do streams. Mostly gun related. If you don't like seeing your VTubers' hands, probably the wrong place for you. But if you like guns, then this is the right place for you. Rule 63. Oh my goodness. Already? Can't believe this. Can't believe this. And Jacob, like one of those Gucci handguns that costs 3,000 and has a Jacob. What's a Jacob? One of these two. You're talking about one of these two. Jacob Gray, TWC. I've heard of Jacob Gray. I don't know. I don't even know what kinds of guns they make. Do they make 2011s? They do make 2011s. Excuse me. Oh, your gotcha pull for today. Oh, if only I was good at reading chat and I knew when things were happening. Yeah. Yes, the Jacob Gray TWC. I think they're supposed to be budget 2011s. I could be wrong. I don't know my 2011s very well. All right, but stream literally just started. Now you're gonna go make me get something. So let me go get something. All right. You're lucky I'm so nice. Lucky I'm so nice. I'm willing to go get the Heiser just for your pet gun redeem. So here is Heiser. There we go. There we go. Does that make you happy? Oh, I guess you know what I should have done? When the raid happened. Chat, if you're not already, go follow Call Me Dick. Cool guy. Got some. I don't know how much I can say about that because it's not my thing. Go follow him on his stuff. But chat, today we have something to do. Because there's something I've been trying to convince myself to do that I have not yet done. So for those who've been around a bit, you probably know that I'm getting some pretty bad itches to do some competitions and stuff. And there is a competition coming up that I think can be very cool. Problem is it's on the other side of the country. Basically the other side of the continent. But I've been trying to convince myself to sign up for High Desert Brutality. And so you're going to watch me gaslight myself live on stream into signing up for this thing. Derez, hello, welcome. The problem is that I don't know any of the divisions or classes or special categories. So we're going to spend this stream educating ourselves on all of those things. So that if somehow I don't convince myself to go to this one, I still know what's going on when the next one shows up. Isn't this the whole thing of that commie gun tuber? This is done by In Range TV. And I know some people have some strong opinions about In Range TV. But from what I can tell, the matches they put on are very good. So I don't know much of the drama behind them. But I don't know, I'm willing to support something good that they do. Because if someone is doing something you don't like, then don't support that thing. But do support the good things they do. Oh, that's just my opinion. You love drama? You love drama. I just don't know what the drama is. I've heard In Range TV. I've heard very strong opinions about them. But not very well articulated strong opinions about them, so I don't know why everyone has strong opinions about them. The phrase makes you automatically angry? Pavlov training? What phrase are you Pavloved on? But today, we're basically going to learn about the in-range brutality match. Divisions and whatnot. While you watch me gaslight myself into signing up for this thing. Live, on stream. Pavlov training is for supporting good behavior. The phrase is educate yourself. Educate yourself. Honestly, though, like self-education is almost always better than external education. Educate these nuts. Better than college, yes. I am wildly disillusioned with higher education. Unless you're going to be like a lawyer, a doctor, maybe an engineer, there's no need for college. And even if you are going to be an engineer, it's probably more useful to pick up a trade and then just do college part-time while your main time is getting real world experience. Lawyer, yeah. Going to college is probably useful for lawyers. Although, literally all the stuff that you study in law school is available just for free. Like, you can go and read laws for fun. That's not my idea of fun, but you could. Now, you can learn like everything that you learn in law school by yourself. You just don't get to write down that you went to law school, which is something that's important for being a lawyer because they said so. The whole fight over student loans thing is stupid. Hold on. Well, we'll go back to the other page when we're done yapping a little bit. The fight over student loans thing is stupid. Because, yeah, you should pay the loans back. However, they're literally predating predating on kids fresh out of high school is true. There's the whole you can't just get jobs without degrees thing. So people have to get them, even if it's not feasible. But people can get jobs without degrees. There's so many jobs that you don't need a degree for. Like, obviously, there's all the trades. There's retail, which is not wonderful. But you can work in retail. You can be a retail manager. And you don't need a degree for that. And that pays reasonably. Like, most of the jobs out there don't require a degree. Now, a lot of the higher paying jobs, I will admit, are a lot easier to get if you have a degree. You can join a paramilitary group and hunt Somali pirates. You could. You can join Blackwater or something. You can join my new paramilitary group, Hot Dog Water. Most jobs hire based on your personality, and if you can vibe with the crew, it's true. The interview is at least as if not more important than your actual resume and the stuff on your resume. Because as long as you're good at interviewing, you can basically get any job you want. Really, what you could do is you could get a DEI certification for like $20 and then just make a whole career out of ruining other people's stuff. And they make a lot of money. Fake it till you make it. Exactly. That's fantastic life advice right there. Be authentic. Don't fake a fake personality. I think you can be authentic and tailor yourself towards a specific something, towards a specific end. That is absolutely a possibility. That doesn't have to be two separate things. Tailor yourself to an audience. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. That's the word. It's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure, chat, all of you do this. Like, you don't act the same in every situation. Like, everyone has like a group of friends they act differently around. But you're not being like inauthentic. You're just boosting different parts of your personality around different people. Telling friend group A joke to friend group B, exactly. So you don't be inauthentic, but you tailor yourself towards the interview. Because you can do both of those things at the same time. I was going to say everybody has multiple personalities, but that sounds not quite right. But I don't know how to say it differently. Everyone has different personality traits. There we go. Everyone has different personality traits. Different facets of their personality. And then you kind of boost some of them in some situations and tone some of them down in other situations. Interesting. It depends on your place of home to rest. Your place of home. I mean, everyone acts differently at home than they do in public. Well, most people act differently at home than they do in public. Some people don't, and I think they should. You mean when you get back home from a fake job? What, like HR? HR is a fake job. You hate HR people? Me too. Oh my goodness. HR is awful. HR is the fakest of jobs. It is. I don't know anybody who likes HR. HR makes everything worse. And chat, I'm pretty sure all of you know this, but HR at any company is not there to protect the employees. They're there to protect the company from the employees. So if you have a legitimate problem, probably don't take it to HR. Unless you just want to get someone in trouble for fun. Then HR is perfect for that. If the check cashes, it's not fake. I mean, you can have a real paycheck for a fake job. Isn't that what money laundering is? They'll fire you for having health issues after refusing to take doctor's notes. Yeah. Many such cases. Yeah, I have once upon a time been fired for taking time off that was approved. And like I had the written approval for said time off. Corporate jobs are the worst. You can become a government employee. They barely work and are paid for it. Yeah, all the bad government employees barely work. And there are very rare. Don't get me wrong. Incredibly rare. And there are good government employees. And they just work their butts off. But it's very rare. HR's job is to make sure employees get what they are legally mandated to receive so the company does not get sued or fined. That's all. Yeah, HR is there to protect the interests of the company. That's what they do. It means they didn't want you in the end. I will say, the place I got fired from has not gotten better, shall we say, since I was not there anymore. And they did not go on the uphill slope afterwards. Majestic Potato, welcome. Ferocious, you've been looking at government jobs because you can't get anything else. I mean, there are government jobs that are pretty decent, honestly. So like waste disposal and stuff is not a glamorous job. And it is technically a government job. And it pays pretty well. Ferocious, you have 8 more weeks of unemployment and you've gotten 2 first callbacks and then nothing. Yeah. You've only ever gotten fired once and they made getting unemployment heck. Yeah. That sounds about right. The companies don't want you to have unemployment. They want you to suffer. Partly because, particularly a corporate job, if they have to give unemployment, then somebody gets in trouble. And so they try to avoid that at all costs. Ferocious, your last job was notorious for not paying unemployment, but you got yours because they're stupid. Very nice. Always gotta take advantage of the stupid people who do you wrong. Guns and Knives, hello, welcome. And they fire you for health things and not accepting notes, and then try to say you were simply missing work. It doesn't end well for them. Yeah. That's yeah. I feel like at that point, if they don't give unemployment, then they just open themselves up to a lot of legal issues, which is even worse. All right, enough ranting about jobs and corporate soul sucking horribleness. Two, learning about brutality match. Nice FAL, thank you. I like it. Big fan. Is that FAL? Yes, this is an FALO. The FALO. The large heavy barrel version. Made for longer sustained fire. So larger, longer, thicker barrel. Bigger magazine. They also got absolutely just ginormous brake on it. I should get an extra barrel as backup. What would I do with an extra barrel? FAL is not exactly known for its quick change barrel capabilities. And also, while the giant barrel is cool, it is in semi-auto because I am in fact a civilian. And so I don't really get to take full advantage of the giant heavy barrel on there. The saddest thing of all, being a civilian and restricted to only semi-auto. It is very sad. The bar of FALs, it is. It is pretty much the bar FAL. I don't know which one's heavier. It probably depends on which version of the bar. This one's like 17 pounds unloaded. And then I guess after you shove in 30 rounds of 308, that doesn't add a negligible amount of weight. Not even cope with better barrel harmonics? Barrel harmonics? What are those? This bipod's mounted directly on the barrel. What are barrel harmonics? How to get this many viewers? I don't know. Also, generally, don't talk about how many viewers are watching a stream. Just like in general live stream etiquette. As a live streamer, it's not great to think about either how many or how little viewers you've got. Show ankles? No, we're not showing ankles. This isn't the 1700s. We're not getting some risque ankles out here. You always heard boomers saying that about guns with heavy barrels? The barrel harmonics? No. that is definitely boomer stuff, for sure. I mean, obviously, barrel harmonics is something to think about if specifically you are going to be doing like extreme long range shooting. Like if you're going to make a 2-mile shot, then the exact vibrations of your barrel probably matter. But for anything else, barrel harmonics, unless they're just atrocious, which I don't know, the Nemo Arms Mongoose that we saw a few streams ago that had the the 2.5 foot point of impact shift. Maybe that was barrel harmonics. maybe barrel harmonics does matter. But for 99% of guns, it doesn't matter. Holy jeez, you bought a lot of guns from 2012 to 2022. Haven't bought much recently. Nothing has interested you. There's been so much interesting stuff coming out though. There has been pretty heavy in the PCCs though. So if you're not a huge fan of pistol caliber carbines, then, well, that's what the market's heading towards right now. Not even heading towards. That's where the market is right now. Are there any pre-drilled holes to mount an optic on the FAL? Nope. Nope. There are some, you can get like clamp mounts that'll mount on here. Kind of similar to like an MP5 kind of clamp mount, but I don't know, I kind of like how it is. Thick short barrels often perform better. I mean, if you have a thick barrel, you're going to have less heat issues. Although you already have less heat issues from being semi-auto. But yeah, something like a pencil barrel usually will wear faster. Or so you want PCC, do it, get one. After you get a job, you're probably gonna finish your immediate debt and sacrifice a goat to get an MP5. I mean, you don't have to sacrifice a goat unless you want to get the actual HK SP5. Then maybe. There is. You hate PCCs, but the ammo's so cheap and they're so nice to shoot. You get it? FAL is way more beautiful and fun, but pricey per round. That's why 22 LR and 9 is your PCC. I mean, 9 is pretty much the pinnacle of PCC. I can shoot like 3 rounds of 9mm for every 1 round of 308. Not quite. But 308's very expensive. Get the Mongoose. Only get the Mongoose if you don't want to know where your shots are going to go. G3, Matt, build an AR in 9. Very nice. I hope it doesn't take Glock mags. But a 9mm AR, very, very nice. I have one. New Magpul stocks look good on the Scorpion. I don't think I've seen the new Magpul stock on a Scorpion. Megalum, hello. The Phalo? Yeah, we got the Phalo out today. TDX. Nice guns. Thank you. Thank you. We do gun stuff here. A little bit. A lot of it. Perfect. Spray and pray. What are you spray and praying? Oh, the mongoose. I think the mongoose is a little heavier on the prey than most spray and pray. 4 rounds of 22 for every round of 9. Yeah, but 9 you at least feel like you're shooting like a gun. Like shooting a 22 is like barely more than a BB gun when you're shooting it. Shooting 22s doesn't feel like you're shooting real guns. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't feel as good sometimes. And yeah, the 22 lasers, they can be nice every now and then. But I want to feel like I'm shooting. Maybe if you try a PCC, you'll fall in love. You should. The PCC market is so saturated right now. I want the new Kuna from HS Product. Except I'm waiting to see if they will bring in the stock for it. Otherwise, it's much less interesting to me. The one PCC that I have been waiting for since SHOT Show is the Matador Arms Bullpup PCC. I really like that one. But I don't know when that one's coming out. Well, you saw the Chiappa Triple Threat at a gun show last month? The Chiappa Triple Threats are super neat. It was practical, no, but that's okay. They're really cool. Sell the TWC and buy a couple triple threats? Okay. I don't know, but the Chiappa triple threats are kind of expensive. I don't know how much a Jacob Gray costs. But Chiappa is proud of those triple barrels. Does Thompson 1927 count as a PCC? Yeah, I guess so. I guess the Thompson does count as PCC. It is a carbine in a pistol caliber. Thompsons are very cool. I need to get one at some point, but they're pretty low. Pretty low on my things to get list. I've shot them before, both semi and full auto. And they're really cool to look at. They're not as cool to shoot. Don't get me wrong, still cool, especially full auto. But they're not the greatest. Kuna with OEM stock is the only worth one. Oh, there's a lot of really cool ones out there. I mean, obviously all the various MP5 and MP5 clones. Big fan of all those. Strybogs, pretty neat. There's the new Taurus RPC, whenever that's showing up eventually. There's not as good ones, like the Mongoose, but so many options. There's approximately 1,000 different AR9s. You say it, Grease Gun over Thompson? I would tend to agree. I'm gonna be honest. The Thompson is super cool as like a display piece, a historical piece. If you collect guns from movies, you gotta have a Thompson. But the Grease Gun, I don't know. I really like it. Is Tommy very high recoil in auto? So the Tommy gun, it's the actual recoil is not terrible, but they're not good ergonomically, which just makes it worse. So I'm trying to get a picture of one. There we go. So the Tommy gun. It's a large, it's heavy, and it is shooting a pistol caliber. Even though it's 45, a bit larger of a pistol caliber. The problem is, the ergonomics on this thing are awful. So your bore right here, it is only shooting pistol caliber, but your bore is not in line with your stock. Your stock is way down here. So the force of this pushing back levers this up super hard for what it is. Like it's not good. And bore axis is not the issue. It's one of many issues. Another issue, this is more of an issue if you're in full auto, but the weep hole on this receiver, for those who don't know what a weep hole is, particularly on full autos, there'll be a hole somewhere in the back of the receiver or behind where all the moving parts are, so the air can escape. We have example. So buffer tube is an HK buffer tube, so you have special pattern of holes, but you've got weep holes. That's where extra air escapes, behind the buffer tube. The weep hole on this thing, behind the bolt, is right here. Right at the back of the receiver, right in front of your eyeball. So if you ever shoot one of these full auto, you feel like someone's blowing in your eyeball. Which is, I don't know. It's not my preference. .1928 Thompson is peak Thompson. I mean, obviously the Thompson with the shorter barrel, with the super finger groove foregrip, the one that all the gangsters have in the movies, is the best one, clearly. But those ones were actually not super common. Ian has a video shooting all the different models of Tommies, and apparently the early ones with higher fire rates are more controllable than the later, slower one, according to him at least. Interesting. I wonder what would cause that. I don't know, I may have seen the video, but I don't remember it. Free glaucoma test with bonus lead. That is, I think, what the glaucoma tests are missing, is little like bits of lead and stuff. Some gases. Dead eye, as in your eye will literally be dying. Yes. Have I ever looked up what lead poisoning does? Actually not. I don't. Now this is gonna sound like super conspiracy theory, particularly from someone who literally just said they don't know what lead poisoning does. I think a lot of the hype, or I guess the like scare hype around lead poisoning is fabricated. Lead mimics blood cells and causes you to go insane. I'm pretty sure that's mercury. I'm pretty sure that's mercury poisoning. Mercury poisoning makes you go crazy. That's actually where the term Mad Hatter came from, if you didn't know. Mad as a Hatter? Yep. Because back in the day when people used to wear top hats and stuff, part of the treatment for the hats to make them nice and top hatty was mercury. And then people just sat around with mercury hats all day. Which was not great for their health, shall we say. Don't believe the lies, eat paint chips. And that's why they stopped using
deploying reinforcements.
Lord
lead.
Emperor Frieza just followed.
Lord Emperor Frieza, thank you for the follow. Welcome. That's why they stopped using lead in paints, is because supposedly people are eating paint chips. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen anyone crunching on walls. Lead in the water, turning the frogs gay. Lead and gas was the worst. I can imagine having lead and gas would not be ideal. Because then you get lead in the air. Then you have "Ent meet me yet" count. Oh, I haven't met you. Are you eating walls? Are you eating walls? Scraping the paint off and having little snacks? I can't believe it was all because of you that we can't have lead-based paint anymore. Mother Nature can't take a bit of lead in the air, but it's fine in the ground. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not really Mother Nature. It's more like the living beings, like people. Wasn't asbestos paint better? There's been a lot of weird things in paints, haven't there? Can't have lead water pipes or lead pencils either. Yeah, yeah, all true. Don't ask what people put in 90s paint. Whatever they wanted, apparently. They put radioactive things in paint. I know there have been like, is it uranium that was in paint? Because there's some kind of like like antique stuff. That's radioactive because of the paint in it. I think it was uranium. Oh, uranium glass? Therese, you missed tallow fries. Is Steak and Shake not doing tallow fries anymore? Did they stop already? Man, I didn't get any yet. Now I'm gonna have to make them myself at home. Radium was in the paint? Ah, that's fine. Probably. Isn't radium a noble gas? It'll be okay. Noble gas means that it's safe and it doesn't react with things, so it'll be fine. You can start putting it in food. I won't eat it, but like, it might be a little chlorine in the gene pool. A gas which is based isn't it is, right? Radium is a noble gas, I think. Oh no, it's radon. Radon is the noble gas. Okay. I'm just a little stupid. It's close. Radon is the noble gas, not radium. That's a different thing. It's okay. I'm just anime guy on the internet. Don't expect me to know my periodic tables. That's unreasonable. Chemistry stream? You want to see me do like an elephant toothpaste stream? We can mix baking powder, baking soda, and vinegar. Oh, we can put mustard on an AK. That's chemistry. Since when did I become a scientist? I am not a scientist. I am many things. None of them is a scientist. A lot of the glow-in-the-dark sites use an armorhead tritium. I mean, we still use tritium in night sights. And my P365 at least has a tritium front sight. Not a pro scientist. Baking soda, not baking powder. Baking powder makes baked goods fluffy. Well, what if I want fluffy vinegar? You don't know me. Mao having dinner, not able to say hi. Hello! Ooh, look at me. I'm a chemist vampire and I'm a periodic table. Ooh. But I didn't. But I didn't. I got it wrong. I was trying to make radium into a noble gas, which it's not. You grown man. Enjoy your fluffy vinegar. I will. Vinegar is very good, honestly. I just like soak some stuff in vinegar for a while, and then you can just drink the vinegar. And you can put pickles. Well, I guess you put cucumbers into vinegar, and then you have pickles and the pickle brine, which are both very good. You can have pickled vinegar. Pickled vinegar? No. Pickled ginger. Pickled ginger is very good. I wouldn't drink the pickled ginger juice, but it's a good ingredient. What else is there pickled? Sauerkraut? Sauerkraut is pickled. Sweet and salty food is the best. Sweet and salty as long as the balance is heavily towards the salty. I'm not a huge fan of like salted caramels and stuff. But like a mango habanero sauce, it's not particularly salty, but it definitely has the like the sweet and the spicy. Ferocious, you bought some ginger the other day, so I need to use it in things. Did you buy fresh ginger? Or like ginger mash? Or pickled ginger? There's a lot of ways you can get ginger, now that I'm thinking about it. G3 Matt, you soaked a Jaeger M57 in white vinegar to strip off finish prior to getting it Cerakoted? That poor M57. Pickle juice makes your face contort into funny faces. Pickle juice is so good. Like a good, like, crisp, like, dill pickle juice. Very good. Pet FAL. Fresh used for a small carrot salad. You have 2.5 roots left. That's a lot. That's a lot of ginger. You can make, if you want to use a lot of ginger, you can make fried ginger. Basically, you like take the ginger, you like cut it up into little like, basically like little like super thin like shoestring like fries, and then you like batter it and fry it. Oh, that's good. That's good right there. Super annoying and time consuming to make, but very good. And at the end, it looks like a funnel cake without the powdered sugar. It doesn't taste like a funnel cake, but it is very good. You could even fry it in tallow or bacon grease. Frying things in bacon grease is the best. Or you could choose like canola oil or sunflower seed oil or your favorite other seed oil. Animal fat is always the best choice for frying. It's true. It's true. Beef tallow, bacon grease, There's special names for other animal fats, but I don't know what they are. All your homies hate seed oils. You stay away from seed oil. Yeah. It's cheap though. Which is why it's used so much. Kerrygold. You can fry things in butter. Ooh. Ooh, ginger fried in butter? I might have to try that. I might have to make me some of that. I do have a little bit of ginger that I need to use. Ferocious, you're hungry. All this food talk making you hungry. The Romans made dates, honey, some ginger, and other sweet for a treat during Colosseum. You have your Roman Colosseum snacks. That'd be pretty cool. Ferocious, you was already hungry after you accidentally napped for 4 hours. I hate the accidental 4-hour naps. Just instant sleep schedule destroyed. Oh, ads. We were about to transition into reading Brutality Match rules. We'll wait until the end of the ads. We'll wait. We'll wait for that. In the meantime, hydrate. Drink water. Or milk, or whatever you've got. Coffee? Are you drinking coffee at night? Wild. Or are you working like a night shift? Night shift? I am not a smart man. It's okay. Me neither. Is it decaf? I doubt it's decaf. I used to be just an absolute caffeine addict. It was bad. Like 1 or 2 energy drinks every day. Couldn't function without the energy drink. I spent way too much money on energy drinks at one point. But luckily, I stopped doing that. I did actually completely stop drinking caffeine. I guess almost completely. Every now and then, very rarely, I will have some caffeine. It's not like I'm religiously opposed to it. But the last time I had caffeine was it was the drive back from the Demolition Ranch gun sale thing, which I still need to finish the video on. I'll do that tomorrow. Chat hold me accountable. Tomorrow I'm gonna finally finish the Demo Ranch video. Finally gonna do it. Hold him accountable. You like cinnamon with honey on your black medium roast coffee. You have like a cinnamon extract, or you just like putting the powder in there? If you're just putting cinnamon powder in your coffee, doesn't it just like accumulate at the bottom? Unless you've got really thick coffee, I guess. Cinnamon powder? Does the cinnamon powder not like accumulate at the bottom? I feel like it should. It might not, but I want it to, because that seems correct. Stir? I mean, yeah, you stir it, but then unless you just chug it right away, it's gonna settle again. Stir it again? Stir it again? If I make a drink, I don't want to be stirring it the whole time I've got the drink. Oh my goodness. Am I lazy, chat? If I have a drink I have to stir, I just want to stir it once. And then if it's just not mixed up all the way, I just deal with it. I don't make hot... I do make hot cocoa. And then you mix up your hot cocoa. And it's mixed very nicely. Except sometimes if you put in too much hot cocoa powder, then when you get to the bottom, it kind of has chocolate sludge on it. But you don't have to mix it. You like when you're drinking a hot chocolate and you've got a little too much chocolate powder in there. Like as you're drinking it, you drink by tilting the cup, and so you can see it on the bottom, and so you just kind of swish it around a little bit, and that picks up some of it again. Judging an apple cider enjoyer. Apple cider is good. But when I have apple cider, it doesn't... I don't know. I don't know. Apple cider doesn't leave chunks on the bottom. If you stir once your coffee, you don't know how to drink it. You're right. I don't know how to drink it. I don't drink coffee. Because coffee is gross. And it always makes me feel like I have to poop. Which is not what I want if I am having caffeine. Because if I'm having caffeine, that means I'm trying to do something. Eggnogs, I do very much like eggnog. Don't say that. Coffee is the nectar of the gods. You're wrong. You're wrong. Coffee is the nectar of the dirt. And dirt tastes gross. Tastes just like coffee. Apple cider has chunks that settle out. I mean, if you get like a good high quality apple cider, then like in the jug, you like shake the jug before you pour it. Like a shake before use. I do also drink that very fast. So I guess it doesn't have time. I will chug an apple cider. Black coffee is healthy for you? No. No. Black coffee is not healthy for my mental state. It's gross. Little Deb, you love eggnog as well? Eggnog is very good. There is... It was a couple years ago that I had it. There's like a Fireball eggnog. Like the same Fireball as that makes the whiskey. It was surprisingly good. I had the non-alcoholic one, but it was very tasty. Big fan. Does that make me like a basic white girl? I'm out here drinking Fireball eggnog. Probably. That's okay. That's okay. Yes. Yes, drinking Fireball eggnog makes me a basic white girl. You get used to black coffee? Yeah, but see, that's the problem. I don't want to have to suffer to get used to something. I'm too lazy for that. I just, like, I can drink drinks that I enjoy now. I don't have to suffer through drinking a bunch of drinks I don't like. I could just have something I like. That doesn't make me have to poop. Dark coffee going into your blood is a good antioxidant. And other science. I have so many other antioxidants. Like blueberries and ginger. Pickles, probably. I don't know. Lots of antioxidants. You almost die by Cuban coffee. I don't even know what Cuban coffee is. Is it just extra strong coffee? Black coffee is good. Bad black coffee is bad. Gotta find the right strength. Check Discord for Roman recipe dates. In clips and videos. What there, sir, there was a whole food channel in a Discord. It's strong. You take shots of it. I know what the best antioxidants there is. What? It's not coffee. I refuse to acknowledge that it's coffee. You're fixed yourself. Oh, you're good. I'm just giving you a hard time. WD-40. Yeah, every morning you should take a shot of WD-40 for your daily antioxidants. Max Miller has a wonderful video on Roman gladiator dates. I want to go on a date with a Roman gladiator. That sounds awesome.
This is the sweet treat that the Roman...
All right, Roman. I'm gonna be honest. Those look kind of gross. Those look nasty. They probably are very good.
This is the sweet treat that the
But that
Romans
looks
ate as
nasty.
Colosseum
That looks
snack.
awful.
Welcome to Roman Recipes, the series where I'm cooking and rating the dishes from one of the greatest empires that humanity has ever seen. Today we're making Dulcia Domestica, a sweet...
Dates just look like that. It's not just the date. Look at this, like, fungus coming out of it. Like, I know that dates just look like huge raisins. Ew. Ew.
Sweet and peppery stuffed dates slathered in honey straight from the ancient cookbook of Apicius. Similar to our modern day popcorn or cotton candy at a baseball game, these honey-coated stuffed dates served as the go-to street vendor dessert that were a perfect snack to watch a bunch of dudes murder each other and people get eaten alive by wild animals.
Nice.
The first required ingredient is dates. The meatier the better, so I'm using medjool. For the stuffing, you're going to need walnuts, pine nuts, and black peppercorns.
I'm out. No. Walnuts are so gross. I hate walnuts.
Mash these ingredients together in a mortar and pestle until you develop a nice crunchy paste. This recipe comes straight from the 5th century Roman cookbook Apicius de Re Coquinaria, authored by Marcus Gavius Apicius, who was a wealthy Roman merchant during the reign of Tiberius. Translated to the art of cooking,
besides the walnuts,
it comprises more than 400
they're
Roman
probably
recipes.
pretty okay.
Next, you're going to fill the dates with the stuffing and make sure to pack them tight to prevent spillage when cooking. A pro tip here is to make sure you grind that black peppercorn up, as biting into one might be an unpleasant surprise. Next, we're going to pour our honey into a medium heat pan and let it simmer before adding the dates. Add the dates cut side up so the filling doesn't come out, and baste them.
You're gonna fry them in honey.
As I take my first bite, the first thing that hits me is the sweetness. It's rich but not totally overpowering. I'm giving this delectable Roman dessert a 9.2 out of 10.
And besides the walnuts, it seems pretty good. Date recipe requires dates. Yep, thick, meaty dates. Yeah, I hate nature. Nope, just walnuts. You weren't supposed to eat walnuts. Do you know the process that walnuts go through just to make them edible? It's ridiculous. Dates are good. They taste like Krispy Kreme glazed donuts. Dates are fine. They definitely don't taste like glazed donuts. What? Are you okay? Are you having a stroke? I'm cool with the pepper. Yeah. A little bit of like ground black pepper. That sounds like it could be okay. Add a little complexity to the flavor. Replace walnuts with strawberries. How about that? That'd be okay. Strawberries are good. I don't know how well the texture would work. I don't know how well it would stick together, but it tastes like that for you. Interesting. I'm trying to see it, but I don't really get the donuts in a date. The ripest dates are very sweet, you can see. Maybe the dates I've had just aren't ripe or aren't super ripe. Because the dates I've had, I mean, they've been sweet, but they haven't been just like way sweet. They've been a nice, like, mild to kind of mid-level sweetness, as opposed to glazed donuts, which are like a 10 out of 10 on the sweetness scale. You've had dates that are very honey-like and very hard to find good source nowadays. That's true. I mean, honestly, just dates in general are pretty rare. Kind of feels like an old people fruit, like figs or apricots. You don't see apricot stuff much either. I really like apricot, but that's definitely like an old people fruit. Apricot jam is so good. There there's so many cool fruits out there, and everyone's just making things out of like strawberries and grapes. King Panzer, you're in your 300s. Very nice. It's a respectable vampire age. Apricots are so good. Apricots are so underrated. I feel like it's far too rare that I see apricot flavored things. And it's sad because I like them. You dive into the rabbit hole of different fruits, you find thousands of super cool looking ones that look tasty. There's also a lot of ones that look gross but actually taste pretty good if you make them the right way. Like is it crab apples? I think. Crab apples? No. Yes? Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting my fruits crossed. Not crab apples. What are they're these horrible looking like weird like lumpy fruits. They're like a little bit larger than a softball. And I don't know what they're called. But like one time I had jelly made out of them and it was so good. I don't know what they're called though. Soursop? No, that's not it. Those are too spiky. That one. What's that one called? Oh, excuse me. Jackfruit? Oh, it might be jackfruit. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. There's all kinds of people on Reddit. Hedge apples? Hedge apple. Hedge apples. Osage orange. Those ones. These things. They look gross. One time I had like a jelly made out of them and it was very good. It's like a weird, lumpy, horrible looking thing. Looks like a tumor. It does. It doesn't look appetizing. If it was purple, it would be Akuma no Mi from One Piece. I did not get any superpowers from it. Looks like an anime fruit. Kind of does. It kind of does. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did get superpowers from it. I just haven't discovered them yet. Maybe. Maybe that's where my guntism started. From the hedge apple. The Osage orange. You want to chew on it? I would imagine it'd be very bitter if you just ate it raw. But apparently you can make jelly out of it. Osage orange jelly. The AI overview. The AI overview of Osage orange jelly. I also don't know if that's how it's pronounced. I don't know if it's Osage or like Osage or something. I'm gonna keep calling it Osage because no one's corrected me. Osage orange jelly can be made, though it's not common or recommended as an edible product. Well, it's not recommended that this is edible. Thank you, Google AI. The AI overview on this thing is wild. Jelly can be made, not a common or recommended edible product. Not known for their delicious taste, not typically eaten. Well, I guess that's why people don't make jelly out of it, because people don't like it. Sad day. Trusting AI opinions on food is cringe. I'm not trusting it, but I think it's funny.
So I just want to make a
lead poisoning and firearms. Indoor ranges. This is probably a good educational video for us, honestly.
So I just want to make a quick video talking about lead poisoning and lead exposure. About a week ago, I got my blood lead level test results back, and it was, to me, an astonishing 18.3 micrograms per deciliter.
I have no reference for how high that is. But James Reeves, TFB, also talked relatively recently about how he was needing like a respirator or something for his burn down reviews to control lead levels.
So the reference for elevated blood lead levels is 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. So I'm at about 5 times that amount. Now, because of the sheer volume of rounds that I shoot, I fully expected my blood lead levels to be elevated, somewhere around 10 micrograms, but in reality it was double that. So that's obviously triggered me to take this a little bit more seriously. So the biggest message I want to convey with this video is if you shoot or are just around firearms a lot, you should go get your blood lead levels tested as soon as possible. If you're even mildly concerned or just...
I'm not concerned. But now I'm mildly curious as to what my lead levels are. I also haven't done a whole lot of heavy shooting recently. And I do wear gloves when I clean guns. Wash my hands afterwards.
Curious what your blood lead levels are because if you're into shooting, go and get it checked. There's really no reason not to get it checked, and just know where you're at to establish a baseline now, and maybe you can see where you're at as you get it retested in the future as you go on in your shooting career. And I want to emphasize to go get tested because I don't want my mistake to be your mistake. What happened with me was almost a year ago when I went to the VA for my yearly checkup.
Oh, the VA, there's the problem.
That I thought I should get my blood tested for lead. I told her, hey, I shoot a lot, I shoot competitively, I reload, and so on. Last year I shot somewhere around 20,000 rounds, so just that alone would lead me to think that my levels would be elevated. Now, I don't think she understood the main mechanisms by which lead gets in your system from shooting, and frankly, I didn't either at the time. Typical doctor attitude, of course, she acted like she knew everything, so she basically made me feel dumb for even expressing concern about lead exposure. You know, she started...
Sounds like a standard VA experience.
Started asking condescending questions like, well, you're not going shooting and then going to eat without washing your hands afterwards, right? You're not, you know, touching the bullets and then eating a sandwich right after, right? You know, those I'm the smartest person in the room type of...
You know, if I wasn't such an upstanding moral character, this would be a really good time for a female doctor comment. Unfortunately, I'm above that, and so I would never make a comment like that. But I'm just saying someone could make a comment like that if they were so predisposed as to such ideas.
Of rhetorical questions. Now, up to that point, I was under the impression that basically the biggest thing when it comes to keeping lead out of your body when shooting was just washing your hands before putting anything in your mouth. So her comments kind of made sense to me at the time. Of course, I wasn't a fan of her attitude or the fact that she's like a dead ringer for Skylar White, but you know, I figured she was right. So we did not order a blood lead level test then. It wasn't until recently that I was reading a Facebook post in a group that I'm in that was essentially an open discussion about everyone's experience with lead exposure. It wasn't until then that I came to understand that for the amount of shooting that I do and the amount of shooting that I will do in my lifetime, that I should absolutely take it seriously and get it tested no matter what the doctor says. So I ordered a blood lead level test without any input from my doctor, and it came back at that 18.3. Now, I'm sure you can imagine my frustration towards my doctor, because now I'm wondering how long my levels have been elevated. Was it higher at any point? You know, was it lower? And now that's almost a year wasted that I could have been taking this more seriously to reduce my lead exposure. So even though they think they're the smartest people in the universe, I don't expect most doctors to really offer any sort of expert advice, in particular when it comes to lead exposure and shooting. Really the best people to ask about this, who have far greater expertise in the subject than most any doctor out there, are those from the shooting community who have had elevated blood lead levels or have managed to avoid having...
What? What? You mean the people that you can trust are the people who have gone through it and dealt with it? That's crazy. It's been gone a while, still talking about lead poisoning. I think we're talking about lead poisoning again. We took a little break to talk about fruit.
Having elevated blood lead levels despite them being serious shooters who put down some serious volume of fire. And having asked for advice and personal stories from shooters in my particular shooting community, I've come up with a list of things that I should be doing to help lower my lead levels and reduce my lead exposure. So the number one thing is going to be avoiding indoor ranges. 99% of my shooting has been and is outdoor, but in the last year or so, I have been spending at least a quarter of my time shooting at sort of an indoor.
Okay, makes sense. Avoid indoor ranges. Even besides the lead exposure. Pretty good advice.
Outdoor range. The firing line is essentially a shooting shack that's covered, and it shoots onto covered targets with an open air gap in between. So for all intents and purposes, this should be treated like an indoor range and has much poorer ventilation than a truly outdoor shooting range. So I suspect that shooting less at that range will help limit my lead exposure. Number two is I'm going to be much more conscious of where the gun smoke is going and using jacketed bullets indoors if I can help it. Like I said, it wasn't until I got my blood lead levels tested and I started researching this that I realized how much lead is actually in the gun smoke itself. Before, you know, I paid no attention to where the gun smoke was going. You know, I even liked the smell of it, but now I'm much more conscious of it and trying to avoid it if I can.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I do kind of like the smell of gun smoke. I mean, I'm not like huffing the fumes that come out of the gun, but like if I get a whiff of it, it's pretty nice.
I can't avoid it. I'm going to use a respirator when shooting indoors or shooting with the wind towards me. Also, lead bullets are a huge source of lead in the air, especially compared to jacketed bullets. This is something that actually surprised me because I always understood that there was a lead compound in the primers, which was...
What kind of... Huh? What? You gotta be doing some cowboy shooting to be actually using lead bullets. feel like almost all bullets are jacketed now.
Is the main source of that lead in the air, and the fact that there's also an exposed lead portion on the back of most jacketed bullets. So it didn't really make sense to me that lead bullets produced more lead in the air. But if we take a look at this test conducted back in 1977, they tested jacketed bullets against lead bullets out of a Smith & Wesson Model 10, and they found that the lead bullet produced over 10 times as much lead in the air. So this kind of sucks for me because I just found a super great, super accurate, super...
FMJ has lead exposed? I mean, FMJ has lead exposed on the back, but the jacket is actually what's going to be, I guess, making contact with the barrel all the way through. So you're not just going to be searing a bunch of lead into gas or fine powder on its way out the barrel. So that makes sense to me. Well, geez, he was shooting next to a guy once that was shooting a homemade lead cast that he lubed with Crisco. Smelled like someone cooking breakfast. I'm sure that homemade cast lead bullets is really good for your health.
Super soft shooting, lead semi-wad cutter load, and I just bought a mold to start casting my own bullets. So I still plan to shoot lead and shoot a lot of it, but I'm just gonna have to be a little bit more mindful of the gun smoke and wear a respirator if I shoot lead indoors. I purchased some 3M N95 respirators that I'm going to use.
Burning gases contact the lead base? I mean, it didn't say that using the jacketed bullets eliminated the lead. It just said that it was less, quite a bit less.
When I shoot indoors from now on, 3M of course makes great PPE. Number 3 is doing a better job of de-leading myself and the stuff that I interact with. So I've read some people will like strip down naked from the range in their garage before going into their house and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna do all that. I do make sure to take off my boots before entering the house proper, but unless you're really getting covered in like dust from sweeping all day at an indoor range or something.
Just go take a shower. Why would you strip naked in your garage? Imagine a guy at indoor range shooting in a full respirator. I mean, probably better for health. He stays in clothes. I mean, I'll usually, like if I do a lot of shooting, I'll take a shower afterwards. But that's not necessarily because of the shooting. That's usually just because if I do a lot of shooting, I just need a shower. I'll be sweaty.
Something like that. I just don't think stripping down your skivvies before entering your house is really necessary. I mean, maybe it is. I'm the guy with, elevated blood lead levels after all. So you listen to me or not listen to me, your call, but you probably should change out of your range clothes at some point when you get home. I just don't know if the stripping down in your garage thing is necessary. The main thing that I'm doing now is I bought pretty much every single D-lead.
Shooting with full respirator and naked. Ideal, actually. I don't think ideal. I'm pretty sure they take their clothes off in the garage because of the lead on the clothes. And probably, if you aren't wearing clothes, that lead will just be straight on your skin.
Lead product I could on Amazon, and I'm de-leading everything. I mean, I got the regular hand soap, I got the abrasive hand soap, I got the premium body wash, I got the shampoo, the
And does regular soap not... Is that not good enough? I just use regular soap.
Laundry detergent, got the de-lead wipes, and basically went through and de-leaded everything. This is one of those things where I didn't really think about all the ways I could be exposing myself to lead until after finding out my levels were elevated.
Wash with Hoppy's number 9.
But after you find out, your stuff's messed up, you start playing the tape back in your head, and I'm thinking about, you know, the door latches on my car, my steering wheel, my phone, and so on. Every time I've touched those surfaces without washing my hands after the range, and then every time I've touched those surfaces, then like had a snack while I was driving or something. And usually, you know, I use like regular soap and water, regular baby wipes to clean this stuff down. But apparently that just doesn't do as good of a job at removing
some soaps work better than others.
As the D-lead stuff does. I don't know, it's chemistry or something. So I will leave some Amazon links to those D-lead products.
How often is he shooting? Tens of thousands of rounds a year. Lick your fingers clean. Ideal. You can't get the lead dust on your steering wheel if you lick your fingers clean first.
The description, I wouldn't buy anything except the refill quantities. The small quantities are just much more expensive, and you can take the money that you save and just buy some cheap soap dispensers. Number 4 is going to be no more Monster on the firing line. If you've ever shot with me in competition, you'd probably know I'm never far from an open can of Monster. It sits right there on the firing line.
Well, that's where he's getting his lead. Open food and drink at the firing line. Goodness sakes.
Next to my ammo, and I sip on it when I can. This is apparently really, really bad. So I'm going to not do that anymore. Basically what's happening is that lead dust and aerosolized lead is getting on the can, on the rim of the can, and potentially in the can itself. And then of course I'm drinking that. So from now on, that Monster is going to go into a Nalgene bottle, and I will unscrew it and sip on it that way. Also related, I'm probably not going to smoke in the middle of a 270 shot match anymore. Usually you get a little break between 90 shot matches, and I would just, you know, light up a cigarette and not really think about it.
Nicotine addicts. Probably just like don't smoke. Cigarettes are pretty bad for you. If you're worried about your lead level being high, just wait till you find out what cigarettes do to you. He smokes and he's worried about lead in the air. I was just thinking that. Yeah, this guy's lighting up cigarettes while at the range, and is like, oh no, the lead. Yes, the lead's probably an issue. I think there's some other issues too.
But if you think about it, there's probably lead and stuff all over my hands. I'm putting that up to my face. So if I am going to do anything like that, I'll just make sure to thoroughly clean my hands with those D-lead wipes before I do that. Number 5 is doing a better job at washing my hands. So, you know, I'm constantly dry firing. I constantly have a pistol in my hands or taken apart while I'm at my desk or whatever. So I'm just going to do a better job of washing my hands anytime I touch my guns or ammo. And now that I have that D-lead soap, I should be able to do a better job.
That's probably something I should do as well. Wash my hands better. Because if I'm ever just like sitting at my desk doing something mindless besides streaming, then I'll usually just like pick up a gun, do a bit of dry fire. So, yeah, I probably could do better than that. Although I also don't smoke and consume open food and drink at the range.
Job of getting any of that stuff off of my hands after cleaning or working on my guns, especially after reloading.
Breathe through the cigarettes. It'll filter out the lead. Huge brain. Giga brain. Only inhale through cigarettes your entire time at the range, so the lead gets filtered out.
I'm touching lead bullets and stuff when I'm reloading. And again, apparently regular hand soap or dish soap doesn't do as good a job of floating those heavy metals away. So that's why the D-lead soap is better for that sort of thing, especially the soap with the, you know, the abrasive
the cigarette snorkel.
That kind of helps clean the stuff that gets deep in.
It's like a respirator filter. But instead of a actual respirator filter, it's just a bunch of cigarettes on the end of your mask.
in your pores and in your fingerprints and stuff. Another thing is, and apparently this is a big one, is to wet tumble your brass. Now, I've pretty much always wet tumbled my brass, but I want to talk about this anyways because apparently the amount of lead dust and
I'm not a reloading nerd.
Into the air,
this doesn't matter a whole lot for me.
Dry tumbling media and thus into your lungs from dry tumbling brass is pretty immense. And several people whom I've talked to, they've noted significant drops in their blood lead levels just from switching to wet tumbling alone. The same thing goes for sweeping brass at an indoor range with a broom. That's just stirring up tons and tons of lead into the air, not just from the fresh brass, but just from the layer of lead dust that builds up on everything in indoor ranges. You know, that stuff gets on you, on your clothes, on your face, and of course into your lungs. And again, this doesn't apply to me, but if you have kids, I would recommend not bringing your children to an indoor range unless you're very strict with them when it comes to hygiene before, during, and after
teach
shooting.
Your kids good hygiene.
I wouldn't have them, you know, crawling around on the floor of an indoor range picking up brass, for example. And in the case of infants, I just wouldn't bring them anywhere near the firing line at an indoor range or any range for that matter.
It don't take small infants to the gun range in general. Not necessarily because of like lead or anything. But young infants, very easy to cause permanent hearing damage.
If you are someone that shoots and has kids, it absolutely wouldn't hurt to be getting your kids' lead levels checked as well as your own. Kids are much more susceptible to the ailments that are associated with, you know, high elevated blood lead levels. So I think that pretty much covers my plan right now. I'll be interested to see, you know, how my levels are in a few months. Don't let my mistakes be your mistakes. If you shoot a good amount or if you're just simply handling firearms a lot, if you have any concern whatsoever about lead exposure, especially if you're younger, go and get your blood lead levels tested. Don't let some fucking doctor tell you that you're fine and don't need to worry about it, only to find out almost a year later that your levels are 5 times the national standard. So thank you again to my channel members for directly supporting my channel. This is kind of a different video I just wanted to make and get the word out to people. Also, check out Michael Scott Earl's books in the pinned comment and description.
What my levels would be.
Book in his sci-fi adventure series called Star Justice.
I don't know though. Am I curious enough to actually have a test done? Probably not. And probably not. It's more of a passing fancy, a passing curiosity. I also don't eat and drink open foods and beverages on the firing line, which seems like the biggest red flag there. But getting some D-lead hand soap, probably not a terrible idea, honestly. Because I do a lot of handling guns. Seems common sense. That's kind of what I thought. Apparently, that sense was not near as common as I thought it was. Just wear gloves. Every time I touch a gun, wear gloves. That is impractical for me. I'll just be like sitting here. Sitting around. Like watching anime, working on something. Like, oh. Let's dry fire a little bit. I'm dying. So wearing gloves every time I handle a gun, probably not practical. I'll probably getting some D-lead hand soap. It probably wouldn't hurt. Did we look at the new Magpul stock yet? We have not. We have not looked at the new Magpul stock. A video of what not to do. White Boy Winter. Never too young for a Vietnam flashback. Oh, this is a video of what not to do. Just some guys out here having fun. Well, probably don't gamble. He inhales. How dare. How dare he inhale. Unacceptable. I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. I'm an MK Ultra victim. Ooh, 1897. There's poison in my system. Why do they sometimes blur their faces, but not other times? Oh, and maybe don't huff the gas straight out of the ejection port. Probably like as a treat, every now and then is okay. I want some pizza. What on earth was that? What was the explosion? Go back. Explain to me what's happening here. Tannerite? Probably. Except the explosion was like a slow explosion, which doesn't seem like Tannerite.
Too young to have a Vietnam flashback.
That was wild. The plot development was a little hard to follow on that one. A lot of cool guns though. Alright, what is the Magpul. New Magpul stock.
The Magpul Universal Carbine stock is engineered to be the definitive no-compromise upgrade for...
Oh, yeah, I've seen little pictures of this on, like, social media. It looks very minimalist.
For firearms, with a vertical M1913 rail on the rear of the receiver. Designed for adaptability, it features a reversible hinge for left or right side folding, and a 5-degree drop to clear a wide range of charging handles, ejection ports, and control layouts. The UCS.
The latch button is crooked right here. Yeah, it is. Yep. Why, though? There must be a practical reason for it. It looks really wide. This is a thick looking stock for some reason.
This includes 2 reversible cheek risers, and with its reversible M1913 clamp that offers a half-slot height adjustment, shooters can fine-tune head position for a consistent, optimized sight picture with both iron sights and optics.
I guess
with
on some guns it looks better than others. Probably like everything.
3 inches of length-to-pull adjustments across 6 positions that can be set quickly with the length-to-pull buttons. The UCS delivers a secure, tailored fit that's at home with light gear or full armor.
That does not, nope. The lines do not match up at all here. That's not good. That's not a, no.
A reversible anti-rotation QD socket ensures functional, reliable sling attachment. And the stock is fully compatible with Magpul SL and DT butt pads. Engineered for precision.
That looks okay. That looks okay.
Built to perform. The UCS delivers uncompromising features and unmatched adaptability. Coming soon.
I don't know, chat. I don't know if I'm on board for that one. Maybe for like a specific minimalist kind of build, maybe. But I don't know, that one doesn't really tickle my fancy. I mean, it looks perfectly functional. It doesn't, I don't know, doesn't tickle my tism. It's okay though. It's nice to have more options on the market, even if I don't think I'll use the options. It did look best on the Scorpion. It did not look good on the SIG. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. It has been like over 2 hours since we were going to originally look at the rules for the in-range brutality matches, so I gaslight myself into going. So 7 stages each day. Total of 14 stages is pretty good. A lot of stages. It looked better on the SIG than the stock that the SIG comes with. Well, that's because the stock that the SIG comes with is terrible. SIG also just made a gun that has weird lines on the back going into where the stock is. There's probably some kind of stock out there that like looks good on it, but I don't know what it is. All right, 7 stages combining physical challenge. Wait, shoot all 7 stages in one day? So do you only show up for one day? Of the 2 days, they just have 2 days to get everyone through? All 7 stages in one day? Or do you shoot all 7 stages twice? Oh, you will select which day you're shooting after registration. Okay, so you only shoot on one day. I think it'd be cooler if it was 2 days. Split over 2 days. I think I like that better. Although I guess every match I've been to has only been 1 day, so it probably doesn't matter a ton. Watch our content. No prizes awarded for order of finish. All prizes awarded by random draw. No prize at all for doing well? Everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner. Participation award. Yeah. You are allowed to enter multiple times in different divisions. You can shoot twice in the same squad on the same day. We don't recommend it. Media policy. Oh, okay. They're just missing a line. Media personalities, content creators are asked to credit the event as in-range TVs, high desert brutality and/or linked brutality matches. Failure to do so will result in prohibition from attending future events. I feel like it would be hard to make a video about a match, particularly like a brutality kind of match, without saying what you're doing. I feel like you would have to actively try to break this policy. Brutality is a registered trademark of InRange. Is it? Is it now? I'm pretty sure I've seen matches marketed as brutality matches, not put on by InRange. I could be wrong though. Refunds. Camping on range is allowed. If you're flying, recommend you fly to Boise. Shipping of ammo. The range cannot accept ammunition shipments. You'll need to find a friend to accept it or have it shipped to your hotel. Oh, I'm sure hotels love that. Let me ship 1,000 rounds to the hotel. Legal full auto is explicitly allowed at this facility. Nice. Though using it will not likely be competitive. All rounds must stay in the impact areas of the ranges. So full auto is allowed. If you're good. Changes. PCCs are allowed in Trooper and Cyberpunk divisions. And they cannot be practically used for the whole match. Why not? Honest question. Why? A distance maybe? Skill issue. Like there's no way they're going to be making like mile-long shots, right? You'll need a division-appropriate rifle to complete the match. Sounds funny to you? Yeah, I feel like it's a. It may be that I just don't know. Maybe they are going to have some like super long-range rifles, things to shoot at. Skill issue. Okay, well. I guess it just say cannot practically be used. There's some people who are pretty good at some pretty impractical stuff. Iron Sights is now considered historic division, along with Deadeye and Roaring 20s, with reduced round counts and alternate courses of fire. Light Armored Division, like Partisan, but wearing plate carrier with rifle rated plates, limited to 4 equipment points. The more you read, the more goofy it sounds. Who knows? Your guess is targets beyond 200. I mean, you can, like with a good PCC, you can make reasonable shots out to probably like 400 or 500 if you're good. It wouldn't be ideal, don't get me wrong. Which I guess is the practical. It's not practical, but it's very doable. Battle rifle cartridges are now confined to historic divisions or heavy rifle if using modern equipment. Okay, that makes sense. Round count will be reduced in your rifle either case. Why? And I guess how much is it being reduced to? If I took this, right, for a heavy rifle, would I have to use the 20 round magazines? Or download to 20 rounds? That'd be dumb. That'd be stupid. They did actually register the trademark. Trademark brutality. Well, there's definitely people infringing on their trademark. It'd be pretty bad optics for them to actually go after someone for it, though. Because people seem to already be a little iffy on in-range. So I bet if they started going after people, it'd be not great. They went after Ian for it? That's crazy. Just the word brutality. The word brutality. Not even like some branded match. Like, what is this called? Yeah. If they branded high desert brutality, then like, okay, maybe I can see it. But just the word brutality? If they don't defend it, they lose the right for it. That's how trademarks work. I hope they lose the right for it, because that's stupid. That's real dumb. The American standard is now any intermediate caliber semi-auto rifle with 1.5 or less optic and or iron sights. Going to shoot irons with modern round count do this division. Okay, so this match, you actually have to sign up for the division that you're competing in. Matches that I've been to before, I'm gonna be honest, I clicked a division that like I thought was like about right. And I showed him, I was like, hey, what division should I be in? This is the gun I'm using. They're like, oh. Well, that's not the right division. We'll scoot you over into this other one. AUG with 1.5 times is American standard with reduced round count. The trademark is specifically for shooting sports events and sports competitions, not all uses. Still, though, just the word brutality seems pretty... I don't know, pretty broad. Fart noises. All right. All right, let's see what the divisions are. This is important, apparently, this time. All right, Deadeye Division. Historic. A rifle caliber long gun is required to be able to hit all required targets. Using only pistol caliber will be insufficient for this event. Cowards. Let me shoot at the long distance ones with my pistol. Or pistol caliber rifle. i.e. targets beyond 200 yards. I can make shots at 300 with a pistol caliber. Like, particularly in a rifle format. That's super doable. Getting out beyond 300 is getting a little beyond my skill level. But, like, give me a few shots. I can hit 300. Now, if you've got a high value shot at 300, probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna be honest. But I don't know. Sounds a little fuddy to me. Pistol one, not PCC. It says using pistol caliber long gun. So I'm not talking about shooting a pistol at that far. This is pistol caliber long gun. Like a pistol, no chance. No chance I'm hitting a pistol shot at 300. Very little chance I'm hitting a pistol shot at 200. I'm gonna be honest. That is beyond my skill level with a pistol. But a PCC, very doable. Shooters division may use any or all of the following to engage close range. PCC shotgun, as many revolvers as they have holsters. Wait. Hold on. As many revolvers as you have holsters. You're really opening the door up to some fanatics there. Pistol at 100 is reasonable with a red dot? Yeah. At 200, no. For me, at least. Like, pistol at 100 with a good optic, I probably could do. A pistol at 200, I don't think I could do it. I'm gonna be honest. If you give me enough shots, I could get it. Shooters in this division may transition to their pistol provided their long gun is empty and has been dry fired downrange to verify clear. Empty long guns may be handed off to RO or assistant or safely abandoned. Oh, so you can't just like sling it? You have to abandon it? All firearms used must be designs that were commercially available before 1898. Okay, that is very historic. This isn't historic like World War era. This is like the end of the Old West era. Especially man-sized targets at 100. Oh yeah. A silhouette target is way bigger than I always expect it to be. You're getting a feeling still for why people hate in-range? All right, we'll take a look at that after we finish looking through the historic division. All right, rifles, pistol caliber, any single shot, pump lever action, chambered in 45 long Colt or less. Is 44 Magnum more or less than 45 Long Colt? What about 50 AE? Okay, well, 50 AE was not before 18 whenever. Is 50 AE more or less than 45 Long Colt? The cartridge is not as long in length, but it's bigger in diameter. Rifle caliber, any single shot, pump, or lever action. No bolt action. Why? Why no bolt action? Like 1898? There's some really cool bolt actions before that. But you can't use them? Sad day. The bill proposal / amendment several years to change antique to anything 100 years or older wasn't successful. That would have been a good bill to pass. Iron sights only, no fiber optic. Okay, yeah, makes sense for 1898. Maybe they're part of a different division for some reason. Yeah, let me bust out my 150-year-old bolt action that isn't historic. Got it. Do I react to videos? Sometimes we do a little bit of react, Andy. Yeah. Sometimes. Actually, quite a bit, honestly. Revolvers. No swing out cylinders. Oh, no autos. What? What? You're telling me if I showed up with a Borchardt or a Bergman, I wouldn't be able to use it as a historic gun? Unbelievable. Can't believe this. Can I react to that video? Perhaps. Not like this second. We're doing something else right now, though. Fixed, non-adjustable sights only. No fiber optic. Okay. Makes sense for 1800s. Percussion and cartridge allowed. Multiple revolvers may be carried so long as they are secure in holsters. Starting holstered condition is with empty chamber under the hammer. Wait. Ban him? Ban him? If this is a Roblox video, you're getting banned. Oh, it's worse. Yeah. Goodbye. All right. Back to here. Where were we? Only one revolver may be used at a time. This is tyranny. Good for checking before it's too late. Yeah, if there's someone new, I guess I didn't let it sit there. I was just gonna go back and click on it like after we were finished, but I did mute, go to a different scene so we couldn't see it. Not actually going to show it on stream. All right. Only one revolver. Tyranny. Unbelievable. Revolvers must be fired hammer down or spent cartridge prior to reholstering. Long guns may be safely staged on stages in condition 3. I wonder what condition 3 is. Gear, load-bearing gear, artificial support, speed loaders. Speed loaders of any kind are prohibited. I'm pretty sure there were definitely historic speed loaders. Okay, anyways. And not doing historic division. That was going to be self-promo. You knew it was going to be banned? Yeah. It probably was going to be self-promo. But yeah, it could have been something good. It wasn't. But it could have been. Rifle must be, let's see. American Standard Division. No minimum loadout required. PCCs not allowed. Rifle must be chambered in intermediate calibers. No battle rifles. So basically like AR-15 size calibers. Must be equipped with sling. Single red dot sight or prism with 1.5 magnification or less is allowed. A single red dot sight? You mean I can't have a red dot with an offset red dot? Unbelievable. RMR only. Iron sights as backup or primary is allowed. Pistol iron sights only. Pistol magazine capacity limited to 17. No compensators. No stocks or braces on pistols. Okay, this seems like the easiest division to follow so far. I'm comparing it to the historical one. When a first-time chat is, do you react to videos? It's almost always looking to self-promo or get streamer banned. I mean, if someone's looking to self-promo and it's actually like something good, like, all right. I'm not super opposed to it. Like, if there's like some like new upstart gun tuber who just like wants eyes on their channel, like, I'm not opposed to that. But it has to be like related to the content I do, right? So like on topic self-promotion is not like a for sure get banned loser. But like if you're like self-promoting like super sus get banned idiot stuff, or like a makeup tutorial, banned. Offset RDS for RDS is thing in competition. It's supposed to help with landing around barriers. Yeah, I've seen like optic, center optic, and then like a 45-degree each way. Like you've got the center one, and then like the two side ones for either like leaning around or with like slightly different zeros. So you can, I don't know, I guess aim better for your long distance shots. All right, what is this one? bunch of PCC, use 2 red dots. Yeah, I kind of make fun of this. Made fun of this. Single red dot. Tyranny. I do know some people do legitimately do that. Has to be guns. I want to discover the next Babish. And not if we're talking about guns. If there's someone self-promoting just to self-promote, no. If someone's self-promoting, but it's also like on topic, maybe. So I guess technically, if we are talking about food, like earlier, we were talking about like ginger. If we're talking about ginger and someone's like, oh, here's this YouTube video about the health benefits of ginger, which is something we were talking about. And then it happens to be their video, like, okay, it's on topic, I guess. It's probably cringe, but might get a pass. Basically, you're playing a dangerous game if you're self-promoting. A dangerous game. Sending videos of gun spinning practice? Are you doing Old West revolver spins? Unfortunately, we're not talking about historical division anymore, so banned. Banned. Alright, partisan division. Must comply with minimum loadout rules. Single rifle, single pistol for the entire event. Okay. PCC not allowed. So far, the only division that has allowed PCCs is the historical. Rifle, intermediate caliber only. Equipped with sling. Accessories used must add up to 3 points or less. See list. Okay. Points list. Oh my goodness, I had a sneezing fit. Luckily I muted for it. Didn't blow you guys' eardrums out. It's sad I'm not into reloading. I don't have time. I don't have time or patience for reloading. Alright, let's see. Where were we? Oh, points list. Optic, 1 point. Handgun magazine over 17, 1 point. Opposite with aiming rifle. A magnifier does not count towards this. A red dot with magnifier is the same as variable. Okay, so that's just 1 point. Not cumulative. Any one magazine over capacity. Okay, oh, whoa, huh? So if I've got a SIG P320 with the 21 round magazine, and I've got 3 of them, 3 magazines, that's all 3 points. Weird. Rifle mag over 30, 1 point. Same rules if you have more than 1. Bipod on rifle, 1 point. Compensator handgun, 1 point. Brace or stock on pistol, 1 point. must be carried in holster. So like a flux or something. Not a lot of braced pistols that can go in a holster. Okay, this one, the American Standard and the Partisan are very similar. Except this one has a point system to add stuff on. It's like you can add an optic to your pistol and rifle, and then like a bipod to your rifle or something. Assuming they don't ban 320s from their ranges, I'm gonna take my M17 that hasn't gone back for the optional upgrade. I think that's a good idea. It's not. That's a terrible idea. All right, light armor. PCC is still not allowed. Comply with the minimum loadout. Must wear front and rear rifle rated plates during each stage. Rifle rated means rated to stop at least centerfire rifle you are using yourself. .22 long rifle. Single rifle and single pistol for entire event. PCC not allowed. Rifle chambered and intermediate. Equipped with sling. Accessories used add up to 4 points. Same point system. So light armor is just a step up from Partisan. You get armor and 1 more point down here. Okay. Trooper. Oh my, this one's 2 pages. This one's long. Trooper division. Oh, this one has a backstory too. This division was founded with the intent to simulate a combat patrol. Troopers will check in and hike all their gear for the day's shooting into the range. Troopers have to carry all their gear from stage to stage in one trip. The upside is they get to use any gear they can carry that won't hurt our steel. At the end of the day, they have to hike all their gear back to the troopers. This is the PCC division. Milsim. This does seem like the Milsim division. How is stocked pistol not considered PCC? Because you can have a stocked pistol in a rifle caliber. So if you showed up with a PTR 51 in 308, it's got an 8-inch barrel and a pistol brace on it. That's not a PCC. Luger with a stock? They might consider that kind of thing, like an actual stocked pistol, not like an ATF definition pistol. An actual stocked pistol. They might consider that a braced pistol for the purposes of the competition. Some of the rules seem pretty arbitrary. A little bit. All right, let's see the trooper division. Troopers must start at trooper checkpoint. All gear being used during the day's shooting must be carried in one trip from the trooper check-in point to the range. You're going to be starting the day with a lot of water and ammo weight. Pre-staging gear at the range for next day's shooting is not allowed. Troopers must carry all gear being used during the day's shooting to each stage in one trip. All troopers will walk everywhere between trooper check-in and check-out. I don't know how large this range is and how much of an inconvenience that will be. Probably very. All gear carried by troopers must be carried on their body. No wagons. Troopers may not accept gear or ammunition, nor may they borrow firearms or use personal equipment not carried in from the trooper check-in point. The exception being stage guns or equipment designed into a stage. So if your gun breaks, you better be able to fix it. If a reshoot is required, a minimum ammo required may be resupplied. That's good. You don't have to bring extra ammo. Troopers may use any equipment deemed safe by match director / range master, provided they carried it in from the check-in point. Troopers may not opt out of any physical challenge. They must make honest attempt. Troopers only need to carry the guns and ammo they intend to use on the stage during the stage. Okay. So you have to carry all their stuff between stages, but once you get to the stage, you can kind of unload a bit while you're actually going through the stage. Rucks / backpacks can be grounded before stage starts. I'm going to bring the Mark 0 for the 22. I'm going to bring the Taurus CT9 and the Ruger Mark 0 for my rifle and pistol. It says any gear you can carry is good. And that'd be pretty light on the ammo. Honest attempt. Troopers only need to carry guns and ammo. Already read that. Water can be resupplied at any time. Okay. Okay. So you don't need to carry the whole day's worth of water with you. That's good. I was a little concerned. Food and drinks other than water will be carried from check-in point. Medical assistance does not drop a shooter out of trooper. Okay. Any update on the CT9? I still have not been able to locate a stock for it. Which is the next big thing. You can find 22 LR for 5 cents a round. Aguila 40 grain. I don't know if I want to use Aguila in a competition. So the problem with taking a 22 pistol, what if they have like a spinner? Doing a spinner with 10 rounds of 22, that's probably near impossible. Violation of Trooper Division rules will result in the competitor being removed from Trooper Division and placed in division where their equipment is legal. Violation of rules? The rules just seem to be carry all your stuff. So as long as you're carrying your stuff, you'll be fine. Any spare parts, batteries, or cleaning equipment must be carried on the shooter, in the rucksack, or attached to the firearm. Okay, makes sense. It just said everything you can carry is legal. So I think a violation of the rules is going to be like a violation of the, like, you're not carrying all your stuff, or oops, you forgot to pack lunch and you weren't carrying your lunch with you all day, stuff like that. Gun case is prohibited for carrying firearms stage to stage. Rucks that integrate a pouch/case for a long gun may be used. Just have a sling. Got it. Magwells may be blocked with safety flags or rags, as magazines may not be inserted between stages. Your firearms should be able to operate in the natural environment throughout the day without added protection of a bag. Okay. Okay, so you're just, if you've got a really sensitive to dust gun, don't use that one. Firearms, only one long gun, rifle, PCC, or subgun may be used per stage. The shooter must make the decision prior to starting the stage. Wait. Only one long gun, rifle, PCC, or subgun? Imagine carrying multiple long guns per stage, or just around all day, so you can choose per stage. You can use anything you can carry. All right, chat. We got it. So the loadout, I'm gonna carry the Phalo. I'm gonna carry the Taurus CT9. I'm gonna carry the XCR for a nice intermediate. So we've got PCC intermediate and battle rifle. And then a handgun or two. And ammo for all of them. Got it. Easy. Doable sounds fun when you're hitting the weights. You got to be massive. You got to be huge. Can you bring an extra person for the M240B loadout? No, you have to carry it all yourself. Only if you carry the extra person. True. Anything you can carry in. So you can carry the guy who's carrying. There you go. This one does sound kind of fun, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have the gear for it. This one sounds super fun. Alright, Cyberpunk. Oh, we also get a backstory on this one. It is the dystopian future, but at least you have cool guns and gear. Oh, this is the one for me, chat. This is the one. Note, you do not need all of the guns listed for the division. They are options. You will need something to safely engage steel targets from 10 to 49 yards, and something capable of hitting targets at the max distance for the event. What is the max distance? It does sound fun. But I'm not in range. You go another route. This one sounds really fun. You can put down and use the extra person during stage. You have to carry them between stages. You can use the other person as a bipod. Cyberpunks may stage firearms in condition 3 and abandon firearms completely empty anywhere on the stage as deemed safe by range officer. Unsafe abandonment may result in stage or match DQ depending on situation severity. Handgun, any semi-automatic handgun or revolver. Electro-optical augmented reality. Chat, does anyone have the augmented reality thermal pistol sight? No size or dimensional restrictions on handgun itself or magazines. Handguns must be carried in holster that covers trigger guard. PDW braces, stocks, chassis systems are prohibited on the handgun. Oh. Man, I wanted this to just be everything is allowed. But no stocked or braced handguns. Integration of the handgun into an exoskeleton is allowed. An exoskeleton? That was an option? Chat, I've been missing out on the exoskeleton DLC for shooting. So flux, the flux would be a brace. Integration of handgun into an exoskeleton. I don't know what this means. Like when I think exoskeleton, I definitely think like super futuristic, like an Iron Man suit or something. Except not that fancy. A little more bare bones. Rifle must be chambered in intermediate caliber. No battle rifle. Flux, macaroni, etc. Okay, so it's like exoskeleton for the gun, not for the person. Got it. I wanted there to be people running around in exoskeletons. Let's see. No battle rifles. Rifle must be one of the following criteria. Bullpup. Semi-automatic firearm. Non-AR-15 with barrel length less than 16 inches. Use of receiver or frame 3D printing. Okay. Okay, this is a pretty cool division. Requires bullpup, SBR, non-AR-15, or 3D printed gun. That's pretty good. That's fun. Iron sights prohibited. Electro-optical fixed power prisms such as ACOG, augmented reality laser sighting systems allowed. It sounds like bait. It is in range. Flipped side magnifiers and electric magnifiers allowed. LPVO's mechanical magnification scopes are prohibited. Wait, you can use an ACOG, but not an LPVO? Why? LPVOs are way more cyberpunk than a fixed power prism. Right? Pistol calibers, PCC, PDW, SMG. Pistol calibers only. May be used in place of rifle and or pistol. And you could just show up with only PCC and just go. PDW SMG must meet one of the following criteria. Be bullpup. The Matador is not out yet. have magazine located inside the grip. Sub 2000. Be semi-automatic or automatic, non-AR-15. Or 3D printing. Kriss Vector and Calico specifically allowed. I don't have the Calico rifle. I only have the Calico pistol. What's an electronic magnification optic like thermal? Yeah, there's a lot of like the ATN, like electronic thermal, like day-night sights. That's an electronic magnification. Step 1, bring AR-15. Step 2, SATE identifies as non-AR-15. Step 3, record in-range RE for content. Step 4, profit. You should do that. You should do that. Must be equipped with electro-optical sight. Firearm needs sling or holster. You need to be able to carry it while doing physical tasks. Shotgun must be bullpup or 3D printed. Must use electric optical sight. Other equipment, exoskeletons, powered and unpowered, are allowed. See, this is on other equipment, not like specifically with the guns. Who has exoskeletons? What? Cosplay allowed? That's a different division. There was something about that, right? Yeah, LARP. LARP in costume. Where were we? Mechanical aiming assist devices are allowed if worn by shooter or attached to firearm. Oh. Oh, that. Oh. Oh. Like this. Like this, chat. You can use this one.
It's like the best setting ever.
You get a third arm. This one is actually, as some anime convention, it looks like. The Aliens machine gun rig, but real. Okay, so you can use that in this division. Got it. Isn't that a modified camera mount? I think so. There are a number of reasonable priced digital day-night scopes with built-in rangefinder and ballistics calculators now. It's true. It's true. Alright. Jetpacks, powered flight are prohibited. Man, they don't allow anything. Drones that assist shooter may be used so long as they are controlled by a shooter and do not have mounted firearms. I thought this was America. I can't use a powered flight module. Unbelievable. Electronic vehicles may be used on stages where practical. E-bike bros are celebrating. What is this? Tokyo-based startup Tsubame. Chat, do you think this would be allowed? Should I send them an email? It's an exoskeleton. I don't think you send an email. I think you just show up in this thing. Gundam real. Pretty much. It's probably the closest we got. Girls frontline mech. It's very cool. I gotta say. Late October, a year ago, it should have already been unveiled. Needs a railgun. Armored Core, but real. It's real anime. Anime in real life. Does check out for Japan making it. I think that was it for this stage, or this division. This division would be very cool. Like, if you're gonna do a cosplay match, this is the division for you, for sure. Unless you're gonna be cosplaying, like, I don't know, some real event or some character based in real history. Historic division could be some cosplay, depending on... I already closed it. The historic division could be a different kind of cosplay. The Tesla technical. It said electric vehicle. You're right. Electric vehicles may be used. So, yeah, you can show up with your Tesla technical. Just drive it around the range when practical. Except probably to actually use the technical, you would have to drive your truck, stop, get out, get into the back. So it's probably not ideal. They'd probably key it anyways. I mean, it's in Idaho. Idaho's not too terrible. And besides, if you've got a technical, some war scars on a technical, that's okay. If you've got a bright, shiny new technical, that means it hasn't seen battle. If someone keys your technical, they're really doing you a favor. All right, what's next division? Iron sights. PCC is not allowed. So far, PCCs have only been in Trooper and Cyberpunk. I wonder if once you sign up, you can change what division you're in. You must be able to, right? It's like if I signed up for like standard division. But then the Matador Bullpup came out. Could I switch to Cyberpunk? Probably. Although then I would be traveling across the country with an SBR. I'm sure that'd be fun. I'm in fact sure of exactly the opposite. Can we cosplay as 1940s splicers? Not only can you, you should. You get DQ'd if using polymer backup sites? Oh, it's instead of iron sites, if you use polymer sites, you should email them and ask. All right, no minimum loadout requirement. Iron sight only. Magazine capacity limited to 15. Compensators prohibited. Iron sights only. Use of supporting devices, bipods, etc. prohibited. Maximum range or maximum magazine capacity is 30. Battle rifle or intermediary cartridge allowed. Both have same reduced round count. So I could use the Phalo in this division, but I couldn't deploy the bipod, and I would have to download the magazine. Disappointing. All right. Minimum loadout rules. Oh, this is the one. This is what we should have started with, chat. Minimum loadout rules. This is in range. Unless you're dressed as Red Army, 1940s will get you escorted out. You dress as 1940s Japan. Japan was doing some interesting stuff in the 40s. Let's see. Minimum loadout rules. In modern divisions where specified, competitor must start each stage with following minimum loadout. Within arm's reach on belt, vest, chest rig, thigh rig, cargo pants / pockets, or attached firearms. 4 loaded primary magazines. 2 loaded secondary magazines. A fixed blade field knife with blade of at least 4 inches. Do I? I've got bayonets. Yeah, I could do that. That's easy. A medical kit consisting of minimum trauma dressing, tourniquet, no rats, 1 roll 4-inch gauze. On any areas listed A or pack, the back of the vest or chest rig, 1 liter or 1 quart container of water. Any firearms, maintenance equipment, and spare parts intended to be used during the match. Do you always have to carry a liter of water with you? What if you drink your water? A competitor will carry all gear on or with them through every stage. This means... Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I'm sneezing so much today. Apparently water must be full. What's the point of carrying water if you can't drink it? Alright, competitor will carry all gear on or with them through every stage. This means your water and magazines start each stage full. Okay, so you can drink it during the stage. You have to refill it before the next stage. You're allowed to resupply your on-person ammunition supply and water between stages. You need not carry everything you will use for the entire match on your person during the stage, unless you're in the Trooper division. If a stage obstacle is too small for the competitor to fit in with gear on, the competitor will remove gear and negotiate the obstacle by bringing the removed gear with them for the remainder of the course of fire. Okay, so don't be fat and also have big gear. Got it? Within arm's reach on belt, etc., you have to have all this stuff. That's pretty easy. Right, heavy rifle. PCC is not allowed in the division called heavy rifle. There's a surprise. That one's good. It must comply with minimum loadout rules. Now we know what those are. Must use single rifle, single pistol for entire event. Target engagement. At any time intermediate cartridges require 2 consecutive hits in a stage, heavy rifle requires 1. Same number of single hit sweeps are always required. Okay, so double taps, you only need to do 1. Handgun engagements are the same. Okay. Rifle must be chambered in battle rifle cartridge. 308, 7.62 NATO, 6.5, 277 Fury, 7.62 by 54, 30-06, or any cartridge approved by match director. Can I use 7.7 Japanese, please? Must be equipped with sling. 1940s cosplay. Check Discord. Not cosplay, that's just the game. I also don't know what game this is from. Oh, from BioShock? I apparently have not played BioShock in far too long. Is this like BioShock 2 or something? I've only played the first BioShock. That's a very large revolver. 700 nitro revolver or something. Good grief. That's huge. Nice hexagonal rifling though. All right. The gear you wear determines how many points you'll have to spend. Basic minimum loadout equals 3 points available. Additional points, front and rear rifle plates, capable of stopping your rifle caliber. Ballistic or bump helmet must be worn during each course of fire. Skateboard helmets that are compliant with the ASTM F1492 are acceptable. Accessories used on rifle and pistol must add up to 3 to 5 points based on worksheet. Okay, so if you don't have plates in a helmet, you've got 3 points. Optics with aiming reticle, 1 point. Handgun magazine over 17, 1 point. Rifle magazine over 20, 1 point. Bipod on rifle. Must stay on rifle every stage. Compensator handgun. Bracer stock on pistol. Okay, so to use the Phalo, bipod, 1 point. Magazine over 20, take another 2 points there. You got 2 mags and bipod. Unless I also wanted to have armor. All the way for references. Time for Eep. Night night. Good night. Sleep well. Alright. What else is there? Roaring 20s. Oh, division type historic. Trooper. So I guess everything that doesn't specify historic divisions is a modern division. Okay. All right, Roaring 20s division. The mobster division right here. Rifle caliber long gun is required to be able to hit all required targets. Using only pistol caliber long gun will be insufficient for this event. Why? Why? Tell me why it's insufficient. Tell me there's an 800-yard target that you have to hit. And tell me why iron sights on an AR is better at 800 yards than a magnified optic PCC. Shooters in each division may use any or all of the following to engage close range. Pistol caliber long gun, so PCC, shotgun. As many pistols and revolvers as they have holsters. All firearms must be designs that were commercially available in or before 1929. Chat, I don't have a lot of historical guns. I mean, I've got some. I've got the 1887, 1911. Not a lot, though, I'm be honest. I don't think they're going to let me shoot the shotgun. The 1887 with slugs. It's not a pistol caliber. You don't have any historical guns. I don't think I'd be able to compete in the Roaring 20s division, chat, without buying another gun. Let's see, pistol caliber, any rifle chambered in at 45 long Colt or less allowed. Iron sights only, no fiber optic. May be used on close range steel pistol targets. Rifle caliber, iron sights only. Bipods prohibited. Shooting sticks allowed. Shotgun, minimum 20 gauge iron sights. Tube feds may not hold more than 10 SAD. I mean, I don't have any that go above that, but except your lever gun, which is based on the Winchester 92. I wonder if that would be allowed. Based on the 92, or does it actually have to be a reproduction? It does say reproduction. So I don't know if a modernized or slightly different one would work. Yeah, what is this? Springfield 1903. From Atlantic. Yes, let me go ahead and impulse buy this $1,500 gun. It is cool, don't get me wrong. It's cool. However, U.S. Remington. What about Mosin? I guess I do have Mosin. So Mosin would work. You're right. You're right. I forgot about the Mosin. I also have another one that's not ready to show stream yet. It could work. If I wanted to spend like $1,000 on ammo. And pricey rounds. Yeah. Definitely pricey rounds. Pistol. Transition to pistol provided their long gun. Okay. Iron sights only. 45 long Colt or less. Multiple allowed as long as they're holstered. Starting holster condition. Magazine inserted. Chamber empty. Okay, I guess 20 is okay. Pistols or revolvers must be fired empty prior to reholstering. All right, last one. This is the last division. Armored plus P. Must comply with minimum loadout rules in main match document. Mulligans are not allowed. Do I not know what a mulligan is? This is not how I've heard mulligan used before. A retry? So no reshoots? Ballistic or bump helmet must be worn during each course of fire. Skateboard helmets are compliant, are acceptable. Front and rear rifle plates. Rated means stop at least the rifle you are using. PCC is not allowed. Rifle must be chambered intermediate, equipped with sling. No limitations on accessories, optics, or magazine capacity. Pistol, no limitations. Brace stocked pistols allowed if carried in holster. So this is like Milsim option 2 along with Trooper. So these seem to be your Milsim kind of divisions here. Fight light upper with 5.56 belt. Yes. Less expensive option for pre-1929. Oh, K11? K11s are cool. Cool straight pull.
Operator Grizz_VT just traded with 13 viewers.
Operator Grizz, hello. Welcome. And welcome Raiders. How How is it going? Hello. Last seen playing Project Zomboid. How was Project Zomboid? Did you get absolutely bodied by the zombies? That's what always happens to me when I play Project Zomboid. Looking at the K11s that show up on Atlantic Firearms once in a while. So the reason we're looking at the K11s is because of shooting match. And for one of the divisions, you need rifles of a certain age, of which this would qualify. And chat's trying to make me buy guns. K11, K31. Cool straight pull rifles. I've almost bought one of these a few times, but I have never pulled the trigger. Oh, they're neat. They're neat. Bunch of Jerichos popping up. I do need a Jericho. Roaring 20s division, Mosin Nagant, and Kohler case hardened high power. Isn't Amazon those hard to find and expensive? It's not too terribly hard to find. It is expensive though. So, chat, you let another raid go by without introducing myself. Hello, raiders. I'm the X-Count. Usually I don't look like this. Usually I'm a little more masculine looking. But we got Rule 63 today. We do the firearms kind of content. Today we have been looking at different divisions for a brutality match that I'm trying to gaslight myself into going to. So, if you like that kind of thing, what if you roll 63 again, then it changes back? It's like a light switch. Except instead of the light turning off and on, it's you getting turned off and on. Ranma 1/2. Hi, honey. You don't like the phrasing? Well, then you should have listened to it differently. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, they have a breakdown. The Hi Honey was before the Rule 63. Well, that sucks. Raffle Mao. You want a refund? You redeemed it for Countess to say it? It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You should have redeemed it faster before the other one happened. Speaking of WBP, sort of. Does anyone know if you can replace the stupid bolt hold open follower in Zastava mags with normal follower? I don't see why not. Fixed the cosplay for 1940s theme. You got a quick time to show chat. Leadhead Splicer. Is that the one? Is that the one we're looking at? What is that? Is that a Spencer? No, not quite. It's almost a Spencer. Fake? Oh, you're sending me pictures with fake guns in them? I've been betrayed. Oh my goodness. The cosplay's on point. The cosplay looks pretty good. Going to a brutality match and starting covered in blood seems like a bit of a risk. It is a cool cosplay though. Clean the suit first. Yeah, you probably don't want to walk around a firearms event covered in blood, even if it's fake blood. All right, chat. They've got a breakdown. They got a breakdown of who all is participating so far. So the Deadeye division. Oh, wait, division. Deadeye 5. Roaring 20s 2. Yo, chat, I could finish top 3 in that division. I could sign up for Roaring 20s and basically guarantee finishing top 3. Unless someone else signs up, then I can finish top 4. Partisan has most people, followed by Trooper. Really? Trooper is the one where you have to carry all your stuff all the time. What was Partisan? Was that just the standard one? Yeah, this is just the standard one. See, class. Noob, 15 noobs, 43 novice, 6 training junkie, 21 veterans, 50 brutalist, 7 slayer. I probably would be a training junkie. No cosplayers. We need to fix that. There's no cosplayers. Brutalist sounds fun. But no, Brutalist was one of the like experience levels. I don't remember where it said what those were. Wait. Categories and special category. LARP? You're in costume of some kind. Oh, never. There's 34. There's 34 LARPers / cosplayers. Reenactor, 2. 0 black powder. 0 proletariat. Proletariat could be interesting. Guns and optics cost less than 1,000. Is that how much I paid? Or how much current market value is? Because that changes significantly what I could take. Could take Mosin and Type 54 and be under 1K? Not anymore. Not if they're going at current market value. Like if I'm some like 60-year-old guy, I bought these guns 40 years ago, then I could take some pretty nice stuff for proletariat if I still have the receipts. Or paid for. If it's what you paid for it. Yeah, but the problem is costs less. So are they gonna have someone there to like, I don't know, like review your gear? Tell you how much it's worth? Stages. No information. Why are there two? LARP, you're in a costume of some kind. LARP, you're in costume of some kind. It's just the difference of having an A in there. Why? Oh, it's pie charts. I love pie charts. Oh my goodness. Look at that nice chart right there. Partisan Trooper. What's the purple one? Oh, it's the 20s. Special. I'm special. I'm special, chat. My mom always told me I was special. Class. Brutalist. And Novice. What's happening? We're looking at pie charts, chat. No LARP and LARP. Why is that so strange? Huh. Oh, there we go. There's the description of it. So, Brutalist. You've shot multiple brutality matches. So that's Brutalist. If you've been to multiple brutality. Slayer. Multiple top 3 finishes and division wins. How many Slayers were there? 7. 7. 7 people have placed top 3 multiple times at this thing. I don't think I'm gonna win, chat. If I go. Still trying to gaslight myself into going. Kind of expensive. And that does not include travel fees. Where's it gonna be? High desert. It's in Idaho somewhere. It's in the Idaho high desert. They said to fly into Boise, Idaho, if you're going to be traveling. It is at... Hold on. They must say where it is. Parma Rod and Gun... Parma? Parm? I love Parm. I got my spaghettis. Some good Parmesan. The Parmesan Rod Club. Idaho's a desert. It's a forest like Brazil. North Idaho's a forest. South Idaho is definitely desert. Yeah, trust me. I kind of lived in southish Idaho for a bit. It is very deserty. High desert, specifically. It's not low desert like Nevada. That is different. If I was gonna go, the Cyberpunk division, it seems the coolest. Like, requires bullpup or 3D printed gun. The problem is LPVOs prohibited. I really like LPVOs, chat. It's very sad. I guess I probably could use a fixed power prism. What's the distance? I don't know. They never told me. Can use irons? You can't though. Iron sights prohibited from use. You have to have fancy optics, but the right kind of fancy optics. Is LCAN LPVO? Probably. Let's see. What distances? Does it have a distances? Okay. Mandatory targets 500 yards. I can make a 500-yard shot with a PCC. Probably not on the first try, but like, I could do that. That's doable. Are they really not going to let me even try? Tyranny. It's tyranny out here. A quarter mile, 500 yards. I don't know how many yards in a mile, chat. I'm gonna be honest. 1,700 yards in a mile. So, a little more than a quarter mile. That's doable. Not first shot doable. But a 500-yard PCC, that's very doable. Banned? So ACOG? You pretty much have to use like ACOG. It does say, I guess, what does it say? Augmented reality, fixed power prisms, electric sights. So you could use like those day-night sights that you're literally just looking at a screen. I've never actually used one of those though, so I don't know how good they are. I don't want to spend optics money on something that I would use this one time. I don't know. I don't know. The Cyberpunk division would be super tempting if they didn't ban LPVOs for no reason at all. LPVOs can look super cyberpunk. Have you seen an LPVO on like a Tavor? That's a super cyberpunky looking gun. I don't know. I don't know. All right, chat. There's one more thing. One more thing that we got to look at before we end stream. Do we any fixed power? I've got a lot of fixed 1x. I do have the, what is it, Vortex Spitfire? That's a fixed 3x. That one is currently, oh, it's currently right here, actually. Got this guy. On my first AR. This is an old optic. That's best bet. Check rating. Well, like what caliber is this rated for? If it's not rated for pistol calibers, although I guess they said that you can't shoot pistol calibers at the long ranges. If it's not rated for 5.56, sucks. EU key mod. It's an old gun, chat. It's an old gun. That was the first AR I built. And it's still set up like exactly how I built it originally. Because nostalgia. Alright, chat. We have one more thing to look at before we unfortunately have to end stream. But how could we pass up on the return of cursed gun images?
Oh, hey man, what's up? Hey, what?
What is that? 20mm of some kind.
What you doing there, bud?
Oh, nothing. Just up here cranking Melati.
It is the Lottie. Boys anti-tank rifle. It's not the Boys. I've been looking at the Boys quite a bit recently. Phrasing. Because they added that gun to Girls Frontline.
This thing's just a badass anti-tank rifle, man. I'm excited to film with it.
Yeah, but we don't have Desperado to film that anymore.
Fuck. Yeah, kind of still figuring that part out. In the meantime, what's something else we could film that we don't need Desperado for? No. No.
Hi there, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Cursed Gun Images.
Look at that perfect 1,000-yard stare. That he has mastered the dead inside eyes right there.
Yay. If you guys aren't familiar with the concept of Cursed Gun Images, it's when you guys find the most heinous shit you possibly can when it comes to firearms or poorly modded firearms or just bad stuff, and you bring it to me. And you're all proud and shit about it too, like a cat bringing in a dead ferret. And I talk about them here on this series, as much as some of them pain me.
I hope we see a Matilda creation on here.
I think it's been over a year since we've done one of these too, so I guess I'm long overdue for it. All right, that's enough procrastinating. Let's get this over with. Let's start out kind of mild and work our way in. I should call her. Are you a fan of space age guns, but also kind of a sucker for the classics?
Yes.
Well, let me introduce you to this. A P90 Thompson hybrid.
No.
Called the Thompson 90. I think it's supposed to be like the P Thompson 90.
The
like
Thompson.
Picture somebody trying to say that. Thompson. I'm a child. This one just looks to be a Thompson, like a functional 45 ACP Thompson submachine gun with, I guess, P90 furniture just crudely attached to it. The inclusion of the little reflex sight there on top of the handguards.
It could be worse.
Fuck, if they went that far, this thing's actually probably pretty functional. Honestly, you can't get much worse than the original ergos on the Thompson, so this might actually be kind of an improvement. Next.
That's actually what I was thinking. So you've got your shoulder stock more in line with the barrel. You got a pretty long length of pull, but this gun has a pretty long length of pull anyways. Your face is going to be getting pretty close to that rear sight. I don't know. This doesn't seem worse ergonomically than the standard Tommy gun.
Can't get much worse than the original ergos on the Thompson, so this might actually be kind of an improvement. Next up, speaking of the classics, we have the Obrezd PPSH 41, which if you know how sought after these things are in the States, it just
got balls.
Hurts my heart.
It's got a sack on it.
How crude the shroud's cut. I mean, maybe it's just winter, because we all know that the PP... I can't even finish that joke. That is so bad.
Every week, I get hours back while working less. My secret, an AI tool.
Ad blocker, what do I pay you for?
Next, camera on gun to trap crooks. Photographic identifications of fleeing criminals may be obtained with a recently perfected camera, which is attached to the pistol or rifle and worked by the gun's trigger. The lens used can work at an opening of f3.5, which permits the camera to be used in comparatively poor light and at high speed. The small negatives are sharp enough to be enlarged. Does nobody see the problem with this? They even clarified fleeing criminals. So if
nothing like catching war crimes on film.
If you want photographic evidence of you shooting a guy in the back while he's running away, this is the gun for you. What a fucking unhinged product description. It's not like body cam where you could just, take a picture. No, you have to shoot
not a
the guy.
war crime when you're
really
not at war.
It's true. It's taking your mugshot, and that's the only
thing
they've
that's
got.
why
like, all right,
police can use hollow points.
It reminds me of that meme. Hold up, let me find it. A Colt 38 revolver from 1938 that automatically takes a photo each time the trigger is pulled. It's just 4 furries and a big ass spider.
Reasonable. It's a good reel you got right there.
It's not funny. Now up next, God, this takes me back to, you guys remember the Smith & Methson? An oldie but goodie from Cursed Gun Images past. That's going to be the theme of the next couple. That's right. We're going straight to Tweaker Tactical. No. Like this old one. Built this while tripping. No idea what it does. Not trying it either. Honestly, fucking smart. Looks like that thing from Gary's Mod. Oh, fuck, it's the tool gun from Gary's Mod. It's amazing what you don't know when you go outside. I'm kidding. I'm still a gamer. Most recently, Eli's gotten me into Metal Gear Solid 5, which I have been playing quite a lot. So this is your early warning sign. Be expecting some Metal Gear content. But back to meth heads. This is your Tech 9. This is your Tech 9 on drugs. It's funny to actually recognize this gun. I think I used to own one. It's an Intratec Tech 22. Back in my day. Oh, fuck. Back in my day. Way back when I was familiar with this anyway. They used to call it the Scorpion, too. Because I guess the way that the magazine was curved. Lance, if you would pull up a photo of the Intratec Tech 22.
Oh, look, this one isn't exploded. This one's all in one piece.
The way the mag was curved, I guess it kind of looked like a poor man's Scorpion. Like the VZ61. By all accounts, it was shit. So, there's that. This one just has not been very well taken care of in the...
It's literally like coming apart. Like this upper plate is not on.
Metal's all fucked up, and I wouldn't shoot that. And finally, you know what's going to be good when it's from a news article? Vancouver police arrest man with loaded gun in downtown Eastside Friday. The Vancouver Police Department says it has arrested a man with a loaded gun in downtown Eastside. Yeah, I got that from the fucking title. Why did I even read that? Fucking journos, man. If you look at this, it's still in the little fucking shitty Walmart holster. Judging by the slope of the holster, it looks like the holster it's in is backwards. Now to that second image, you find something much more concerning. I can see the back of that shotgun shell. If you know anything about guns, that's problematic. You see, the chamber's where all the pressure is. Any action has an equal and opposite reaction, so the amount of force applied forward
is that the Shinzo Abe gun?
So my guns have a very strong chamber, solid reinforcement behind said round. This doesn't have that. So if by some miracle, if you could call it that, this is a functional gun, I would not be the guy who's test firing it.
No thanks, I choose life.
God, that guy definitely didn't go to SDI.
You just point the gun like sideways and you can take out 2 attackers at once. As long as they're attacking from perfectly opposite sides of you.
.edu, where you can get your starting gunsmithing and weapons technology. While we're talking about guns, let's talk about safe storage for a second. Which,
I'll
do as I say, not as I do. But if you live in a place, let's say you got small kids in the house, something like that, you want to make sure your
That's
firearms
probably
are
safe
secure.
storage back there.
Maybe check out VeriSafe.
Behind a locked door.
Biometric safe storage, like their pistol lock right here. One press of the finger, your gun immediately deploys. They also have rifle mounts, so you can keep your bedside very close by while also secure and ready to deploy at a moment's notice. And if you use code Herrera, you can get 30% off
if
your
you've got
purchase over at VeriSafety
kids,
using the links down in the description
probably a good
and
product.
pinned comment. We appreciate their support. Back to cursed gun images. Up next, we have a revolver, but not just any revolver. You remember the Taurus Judge, like the 410, 45 long Colt?
I have one of those.
Defense pistol.
Funny
I have
meme
one
gun.
just for the meme, and it's about as bad as you think. But you know what? If we're going to 410, 45 long Colt, why stop there? You could go up to something like, I don't know,
454.
4570. Remember when I said guns usually
That's a really small 4570. I know there's the Magnum Research 4570, but oh my goodness. At least the Magnum Research one doesn't look like it was put together in a third world country.
They like to have thicker chambers and breeches, give the round a little bit of reinforcement. That's why. That's why. I was looking at this obviously cast frame on a 4570 revolver, and that is what makes this cursed as hell. That and you're probably cursed by the ghost of whoever was shooting that fucking thing. All right, next we'll take a field trip to Ukraine, where we've seen some wild guns come out of there. I mean, we had a whole video series on it.
We're about to see a weirdly modernized gun.
Not to talk about. It's what appears to be an old Maxim gun. If you're not familiar with the Maxim, we actually did a video on that as well. Probably age restricted here on YouTube because their guidelines about shooting safe, fully automatic, legal firearms, even though we have the proper licenses, it gets age restricted because the guidelines are gay. Anyhow, they seem to have attached a Picatinny rail on it for a scope.
Whatever Ukrainian man is carrying this around, absolute giga Chad. Man's got to be built like a bus. Oh my goodness.
Jerry rigged a stock and an AK Bakelite pistol grip on the bottom with what appears to be a PKM drum on the bottom, so you can feed 7.62 by 54R.
I want to see the guy who uses this.
Also chambered in 54R because it was a Finnish Maxim. Then this wacky shroud with a bipod, and finally up front, an Allen keyed on muzzle brake. Mom, we have PKM at home. Is it wacky? Yes. Is it cursed? I mean, necessity's the mother of all invention, I guess. Not gonna lie, the longer I look, the more it's kind of growing on me.
I kind of like it, I'm gonna be honest.
Either way, on the opposite end of the spectrum. This one is from the reviews on PSA's website for the Pulsefire underbarrel flamethrower. They're usually meant to attach to the bottom of ARs and things like that, just kind of like as a little gimmick, a meme, so to speak. Yeah, this guy put it on a suppressed Glock. One that has a brace attachment and I believe a silencer.
This guy took the meme
and of course
to the next level.
Drum magazine, or the titty, as it's known in some urban areas. Putting it frankly, this is the most PSA owner shit I've ever seen. Definitely earning its place in the ranks of the cursed guns.
Really someone dedicating to the meme.
This looks fairly innocuous. It's a Glock 19, albeit being on a printy boy frame, if you catch my drift. But upon...
What is that? Is this like a Ruger P85 mag or something? What is this?
On further inspection, it's actually a Glock that takes Beretta mags.
Beretta mag.
Which is interesting. Then I started thinking of a name for that. I settled on the Barack.
The
Thanks,
Barack?
Obama.
Data annotation.
Two ads.
You can work from your phone,
Ad blocker.
desktop.
What are you doing?
Speaking
Besides
of
not
printy
blocking
boys, though,
ads.
this next one comes straight from my buddy Print Shoot Repeat. It's an MCX regulator, which you can tell something's a little off at first glance, but it doesn't look too crazy until you realize this is a California.
Oh. The color makes it worse.
Compliant lower on the MCX, meant for a hunting style stock that somebody has put a pistol grip on anyway. By somebody, I'm pretty sure it was PSR. Thanks. I hate it. Also, we have to appreciate the inclusion of the free feet pics of his
His feet are backwards.
I was going to say 2 left feet. It's actually just his left foot is where his right foot should be, and right foot where left is. Fun fact about PSR, that's actually just the way he is. He's not memeing here. Some dudes are just born with fucked up feet. I'm going to put as much effort into this next one as they did. This is a Glock 17. Somebody added a bunch of fucking Bionicle shit too.
Bionicles? Yeah. This is like the Lego robotics arms. I wonder how well that returns to 0.
As well as electrical tape, apparently. Put a forward grip and a dot on. the quote, how in the fucking Southside Chicago Section 8 low-income housing environment BS is this? I can tell you just how Southside Chicago Section 8 low-income housing it is. That's a felony. Because you have a vertical grip on a pistol. A lot of people don't know that's an NFA violation. It's gotten a little bit more lenient recently when people, challenging the definition of vertical being not exactly 90 degrees, but that's a vertical grip on a pistol. In good news, I'm pretty sure you can just take it and bend it and change that and make it compliant. But if stocks on pistols aren't okay and vertical grips on pistols aren't okay, what about pistols on pistols? Now the ATF doesn't know what to do. Yo, dog.
But why? I really did want the opportunity to accidentally shoot rounds into the back of my front gun and stab myself in the shoulder with a beaver tail.
Dog, I heard you like pistols. Honestly, I would never shoulder that. That looks like that that beaver tail would fuck you up. And now for the magnum opus from PNW Gorilla. Desiring to have iron sights on his, sure-shotted out AK. Got the similar rail right back there. He decides to do this.
Oh, I saw this one on Twitter a few days ago.
Adding an AR carry handle.
I saw this one.
And a front sight onto his AK. Thanks.
Good build.
I hate it. It's like he does this just to upset me. I just hope that God is as merciful as you think he is. I think the thing that I hate about this most is how many of you guys in the comments are going to say that this shit is drippy as hell. Because I can almost see where you're coming from. I almost get it. But be not led astray. Or else. One quick interesting point though before we close out. I am actually getting a new studio setup. Ooh. So I didn't think about it until I sat down to film this exact video. But
new stuff?
I've had this set up for a few years.
It has bothered me how crooked all the guns back here are. Like, look at how not parallel all of these are. And they're all at weird angles and not straight and like touching each other. He needs to tidy up back there.
It served me well. It's kind of crazy to think, hundreds of millions of views have happened here, which that blows my fucking mind. But I'm really excited what I can do with the new setup as far as, maybe some better lighting. I'm excited for it. But I'm also a little bit of a softie and I'm a little sentimental for this stuff. So this will be the last time you see that wall, and the next time I sit down and record a desk video.
You better straighten the guns out next time.
But I don't know. Closing of a chapter in a way. But that does close out this episode of Cursed Gun Images. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully that gets you off my back so I don't have to do another one until next fucking year. Actually, this one wasn't too bad, which means you got to send even worse suggestions next time. Anyhow.
All right, chat. You heard him. We got to start cranking out the cursed guns. I don't have anything too bad right now. Ooh. My tactical over-under might be a little cursed. But I don't think it's cursed enough to get on cursed guns.
I appreciate it, guys. And I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next video. Thanks.
Fuel is my obsession to make the perfect weapon like a
The UTAS. I think his actually works. A lot of play buttons. Oh, he's got the purple gamer lights. No, there they go.
Fuel is my obsession to make the perfect weapon, like Rasputin's rise to the top.
Remember when I said guns have the thick...
bloopers? Guns have the thick what? Huh? Hold on. I was talking.
The thick... fuck.
It's got thick guns, chat.
Remember when I said guns like to have thick... Do I really need to keep making that hand gesture when I say that?
Everyone likes thick guns. Wow, that was a pretty tame. That was a very tame Cursed Guns video, honestly. There wasn't... I mean, there were some few like meth-fueled gun creations, but nothing really too bad, honestly. That was pretty all right. I don't think I'm gonna have any nightmares going to sleep after that one, which is pretty good. Especially since I do actually and unfortunately have to sleep. Which means we will be raiding out, and we have to find someone to raid. So, chat, who do we raid? Have a good night. Thanks for streaming. You also have a good night, and thank you for stopping by. All right, you know who we're gonna raid? We're gonna raid someone playing Oblivion, because chat's gonna get mad at me. I've never played Oblivion, but the remaster looks pretty good. Aside from a few things, but I do like the look of it. Play the remaster. It costs like $50. Grimmy is playing it. That is that is who we're rating. Grimmy, very cool. Usually a horror streamer, but playing Oblivion today. Also, I met Grimmy at the convention that I went to last weekend. I met her twice. And she's very cool. So we're gonna raid Grimmy. I guess it's something that might interest chat a little more than horror games, as cool as horror games are. Every now and then she'll talk about like prepping and stuff. Which is pretty cool. But go ahead and mark that one on the butt counter. I will be back on Saturday with stream. Yeah, Saturday is going to be early stream. We're going to be doing some Voop chats Freeman just ended. Oh no. Oh no. Who do we raid now? I'm not following anyone else who's playing Oblivion. Well, I guess we'll have to raid someone who's playing something else. Call the X count. Pants the NFL? Because there's Bronco in them? What? You gotta have some pretty sizable pants to fit a Bronco in them. A Bronco? A Bronco? Raid Onikana? Alright. Alright. We'll raid Onikana. Onikana +1. Doing a collab. Doing Repo. Which I've not played. But see, everyone and their mother is playing Repo right now. That is the game. Creamy does prep streams. Creamy doesn't really do prepper streams. But if you catch her at the beginning of her streams in particular, that's usually when people are yapping. And she definitely has talked about like prepper stuff. Alright, but today we are raiding Onikana. So I will be back on Saturday. No stream tomorrow from me. Saturday will be early stream because I have social obligations in the afternoon or in the evening. So we're doing VOOP chat early at like midday-ish, depending on your time zone. And Sunday will be a stream at whatever I said we're doing on Sunday. So thank you for stopping by, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye, Mao, not the BAFTA, Derez, the him, Lalo, Ferocious, anyone else hanging about, lurking. I appreciate you all very much, and I will see you all next time.